if you could find a socially distanced seat. Welcome to the new normal, but you have made it. Congratulations. I think we should start off by giving ourselves a big round of applause for making it in this strange world you are here. So that's wonderful. So my name is Graham Beale and I'm the Executive Principal of RAC Academy. For all of the new staff, I've been here a very long time, longer than you. I've been here about 3 weeks. So I know exactly what you're going through. It's all new, but it's all very exciting as well. Just a couple of housekeeping things. All of the presenters, we have 4 microphones here. When you come up, in between speakers, we will be ensuring that each one is carefully sanitized as well as the clicker. So, welcome to RAC Academy. It is fantastic to have you here. You are going to be bombarded to a certain extent with a lot of information today, so I sort of apologize for that, but it's useful information to give you a grounding before you go into your work in your specific schools next week. Sunday is a holiday, so we've managed to plan that nicely for you to lead you into your first week of induction, which will be next week. So I'm going to try and start things off a little bit lightly, introduce a few people in a fun way, talk a little bit about RAC Academy in a hopefully interesting way, and then we're going to have various presenters coming forward, giving you information around their areas of expertise and their areas of responsibility. So, if the technology works, I am going to talk a little bit about my background later, but I'm not going to do it yet because I want to get into other areas first. I'll talk a little bit later about the vision for the school, for the academy, and where we're heading. Got some quite exciting things to talk to you about in terms of developing forward plans for the academy and involving you all directly in that. And talk a little bit about some of the themes that we'll be picking up this year as we move forward across our schools. However, now I would like to warmly welcome you. I would like to cover RAC by numbers. I'm just wondering, I can't see out the front here, so I'm having to stand here. If I'm in your way, please feel free to move across if it's easier, but if not, fine. I'm going to do a little bit about RAC by numbers, then I'm going to do our schools, and I'm going to introduce a little bit about our schools, not too much because you'll have further information later, and then I'm going to present a little bit of information and present our heads of school to you. So, this is a warm welcome to new staff. Hands up if you're new, please. Brand new, there they are. Fresh-faced and new. Very exciting. The existing staff, hands up. Where are you? Such a teacher. Here we go. Thank you. And we have our school leaders here as well. If our school leaders could put their hands up. Heads of school, senior leadership team members. Excellent. Thank you. You may not recognize the face because obviously we're in the world of masks, but there they are. Now we are the RAC Academy family. We like to think that as a school and a group of schools and an academy, we are a family. I'm going to talk a little bit more about what that actually means in reality, what being part of an academy that has a family focus means for you. So now, RAC Academy by numbers. This is going to be a big test for me. As I say, I've only been here 3 weeks. I've challenged myself a little bit with this. So, that first number, 1975, 1975, that is when a school first opened, the RAC Academy school first opened. Now, in the context perhaps of the UK or other parts of the world, that may seem reasonably recent, or if you're old like me, that seems quite recent. But of course, in the context of in the Gulf, that is actually quite a long time ago, and it is a school that has been in existence for a long time. What that means, it's a school of repute, it's well known, everybody knows about RAC Academy. In the context of where we are, it's a well-established school and group of schools and academy. Second number, 20. 20 is the number of students who first enrolled in 1975. And interesting when you compare, as we look at some of the numbers later, how the school and how the academy and group of schools has grown. 16 and 100. So for 16 years of its existence, the first 16 years of its existence, it had a cohort of students of about 100 every year, mainly expats and just 100 children. So it was a slow burn. 1994, secondary school was added to the primary school offering. So that was a big change for the academy. Two more numbers, 2018 and 2. In 2018, I stand to be corrected if it was 2019, but I believe in 2018, 2 new schools were added, 2 brand new campuses in Alhambra and Al Rams. We'll talk a little bit more about the schools later. So 5 and 2, right, that's right. There are 5 schools within our group, within our academy, and there are 2 curricula. We deliver the British curriculum and the IB diploma. 3,000, that is the approximate number of students. We're still not 100% sure of that because of the impact of COVID and various other things, but we have around 3,000 students across our 5 schools in the academy. 200 is the next number. 200 is the number of administration staff we have across our academy. 350 is the number of academic staff we have, and that's where you come in. So you are joining a team or a family of 350 academics. So I want to talk a little bit about our schools, just an overview of the schools we have. Hands up if you're going to be at Al Rams. Excellent. Here we are. Good. So it's a British school, primary school, British curriculum, pre-K to grade 5 or FS1 to year 6, and is situated north of Ras Al Khaimah City. And the student cohort is almost exclusively Emirati or local children. Next school, and that is one of our new schools that we opened just a few years ago. This is also one of our new schools that we opened just a few years ago, British School Alhambra. Hands up if you're going to be teaching or working at Alhambra. Here they are, grouped together, and one over here. So British curriculum, same age group, primary, south this time of Ras Al Khaimah City, and this has a cohort of expat and locals, local mix. Kuzam, we have 3 schools in the Kuzam campus, and we are within that campus at the moment. We have the British school, again a primary school, British curriculum, situated here on this site, next to the site. Student cohort of expat and locals. We have IPK, that is where we actually are geographically now. This is our PYP primary school, IPK, and again here, student cohort again is expat and local. And finally, but by no means last, our international secondary school is also connected this area of the city. We deliver A-levels and we deliver the IB diploma, so there are 2 options there for completion of secondary schooling, and grade 6 to 12, again in expat and local cohort. So just a quick overview of our schools. You're going to learn a lot more about your school obviously next week. So, I asked the heads of school, because I'd wanted to introduce them to you today, to give me a little bit of information about themselves. I didn't want it to be too dry though, and they certainly came through. It's certainly not dry. Some of the information that they've given me is great. I asked them these questions, a little bit about them, the most famous person that you have met, achievement of which you are most proud, a personal hobby or an interest, the reason that you became a teacher, good standard question, and then the reason that you aspired to and achieved headship. Interesting, when we look at the answers and responses here, you may see a pattern. Interesting to look for patterns in this, and then there may be some really unusual ones, but have a look anyway. So, we're going to start with ISK. Edward Bantry-White, would you like to just stand up for a moment? You could remove your mask perhaps just for a second so we can see what you really look like. There he is, head of secondary. So, based on those questions, he has met the Queen. That was during the knighthood, I guess. Is that right? Also, Tendulkar. His biggest achievement, or one of his really proud achievements, was building a new school in Mumbai. And I know, again, interesting looking at the pattern that comes through on this. I know myself, having gone through the process of building a school from scratch, how challenging but how rewarding that can be. So that's fantastic. Ed does wreck diving. That's not a photo of Ed, by the way. Who inspired him? Okay, so he had an inspirational history and geography teacher, Mr. Coombs. So thank you, Mr. Coombs. And why become a head of school? Well, I think we all ask ourselves that question sometimes, don't we, on tough days? He worked for a truly extraordinary executive principal, take note, in Mexico, who gave him a chance early in his career to take the role of pastoral deputy head. And teachers are incredible people. Working in education is never, ever boring. I just wanted to pick up on that theme. In teaching internationally, teaching anyway, but teaching internationally will have its frustrations, its trials, its joys, but it will never, ever be boring. You will never come to work and be bored. So that's one of the great things about international teaching. Okay, we're going to IPK now. This is our international, our PYP primary school. Wayne Richardson. Wayne, would you like to stand? Unveil yourself. There we go. Wayne Richardson. Thank you. Wayne, I can't remember her name. This is... Sorry? Quinton Bryce. She was the Queen's representative in Australia, the Governor-General. Wayne met her. She had that position for quite a long time, didn't she? I think. Yeah. His biggest achievement, surviving COVID so far, and long may it last. He's a rugby fan and loves the Waratahs. Did you like that photo, Wayne? I chose that specifically for you. Queensland coming second. An opportunity to move around. So why take up teaching? It provided him an opportunity to move around, to meet different people and different locations. Again, the beauty of international education. And we'll pick that theme up a little later in the day as well. And why become a head of school? He had an Ofsted inspection and had done so well as a teacher that a comment was made, why not spread that teaching across the whole school as a head? And so he did. Thanks, Wayne. Moving on now to Wesley Hughes, British Primary School in Kazam. Here he is at the front. The man himself. That's not Wes. Put your hand up. This is an interesting one. Put your hand up if you know who that is. Did we get it?
Don't hide it, you know it.
Yeah? Yeah, Stanley Ogden. Stanley Ogden from Coronation Street. You probably need to be over 50 to really get that, but there we are. Famous. All right, biggest achievement, opening a school. Here we go again, opening a school in BSK in 2007, must be up there. He started with a shell of a building and a lot of sand, quickly made a success of it. So there's a theme coming through, starting something afresh. I put a bunker shot, Wes. I don't know if that's appropriate. Okay. Loves playing golf, has taken that up here. That's actually Alhambra. So that's the Alhambra golf course. For those who may be thinking of golf, may not have much time for it, but there we go. Why teaching? Came in late. Interesting, I put it all up there. No, I didn't just praise it because it's quite an interesting background. Came later into education after being in the Merchant Navy and a steelworker. His original intention was to do a fine arts degree. Then he swapped courses and found the whole idea of shaping young lives and inspiring children, especially underprivileged, very rewarding. He worked in some deprived areas of Wales, and he looked to give his students the chance to achieve success in sports and outdoor pursuits. And those are some of his earliest achievements as a teacher. And his route into leadership was through working with many groups and agencies over a number of years, discovering that he enjoyed the experience of teamwork, another theme that will come through. Building relationships between groups, contributing to the bigger project. Started with wanting to join small curriculum development groups within school and then local advisory. Facilitated behaviour management and worked on initiatives for the Welsh Assembly. And gave him the belief that he could lead his own team to provide the best education experiences for any group of students. So themes coming through. BSR. So this is Al Rams, Andrew or Andy Lewis. There he is. Welcome. All right. Met Phil Mickelson. It's going to get a little bit weird shortly. Jonathan Davies. And the Crankies. Is that right? The Crankies? Even I hadn't heard of the Crankies. His biggest achievement, it's a toss-up between his two incredible children and being called up to the Welsh Schools under-18s football squad. So, two big achievements there. Plays the cornet. I didn't put all the information that you gave me, but his band was going to get first place, but I think you ended up playing the wrong tune during the final and they ended up second place. But I'm sure he played it well. And why did he become a teacher? He was inspired by a teacher in year 3 who could do everything, probably one of his first heroes. So interesting, the power that a teacher has in terms of shaping lives. Why a head teacher? Had 12 years working here as a deputy head in BSK. Was never really aspired to become a head, but when the opportunity came to open a new school, another theme coming through, he took that. He loved the idea of establishing a brand new school in an area that had never experienced a British curriculum style school, and that we would be responsible for shaping the education for those children in LRAMS for the next 10 or more years. And BSH, Murray Dixon from Hamra, there he is, here. He's met Liam Gallagher and survived. His greatest achievements, his 2 children. He's mad on rugby. The reason he took up teaching, tongue-in-cheek, was so he'd make lots of money. Of course, that's why we all go into teaching, isn't it? That's why we stay away from the corporate world, to make the money. Why, in terms of his headship, the opportunity to have an impact on so many children, so the idea of being able to impact more widely, and to be able to share his vision and passion for education on a wider level. So, thank you. And welcome everybody to our family. We're just going to change slide decks, and I'm going to carry on for a little bit longer, then I'll get off stage and hand over to someone else. So thank you very much. All right, so we'll quickly skip over that. Just in terms of the structure across our academy, I'm just going to talk a couple of slides, a little bit about the structure of our academy, how it's managed and governed, and then I'm going to hand over to the HR department, who are going to talk to you a little bit more about HR-related structures, processes to help you settle in. So we have a board of governors, and it is chaired by Her Highness Sheikha Amna Al Qasimi. And she's very hands-on and very positive about developing RAC Academy, and she has only really taken that on reasonably recently, the last couple of years, and the Academy is really starting to flourish now under her direction. We have also a number of people who support us in terms of the board, and these people bring a range of different skills and abilities. Some of them come from the group, the IDO, which is a group that, that owns a number of entities throughout the Emirate, and each of these people bring their skills to bear. And I've probably had 3, 4 maybe meetings already with the board, very positive about the future, a good board to work with a good range of skills, which is very helpful as an executive principal. We do have a range of subcommittees, so the Board of Governors meet once a month. We are probably looking to move that to once every 2 months once we settle in, but at the moment it's once a month because there are lots of things happening in the Academy at the moment, which you will obviously soon become aware of. We have an academic committee. These people and myself, we meet and we look at all aspects to do with the academic data progress, things related to curriculum, if we have particular needs in our schools. This is the committee through which we can funnel that up to the main committee. Obviously a finance committee which works on the finances, obviously, but does a lot of work. There's been a lot of work happened in the last year or so on pulling the finances together, making sense and coherence of it, so that we as an academy can plan ahead, and we'll talk a little bit more later about planning ahead with positivity and know that we have a good basis on which to do that. The HR committee, again, we utilise expertise from outside in terms of HR expertise, and that has helped shape a lot of the development that we've gone through recently in HR and supporting staff through those processes. And we have a procurement committee. So they link, to some extent, they link closely with the finance committee, but again, they bring a range of skills in terms of making sure that the school is resourced, has the resources and the ability to move forward into the modern world to deliver a modern curriculum to our students and learners. So I am now going to hand across to the HR team, who are going to take you through a few more slides and information. Thank you, everyone. I'll talk again later.
Good morning. You can hear me? Hi, so my name is Wissam. I'm assigned to look after the HR function in REC Academy on an interim basis. I'm gonna walk you through the organization chart of the entire academy, just high level. And then I'm gonna give you a brief idea, introducing the HR team, what we do, who you should reach out to, and if you guys have any questions at any point, just please stop me, okay? I'm gonna start with the chart. This is just high level of... Oh yeah, thank you. Okay, thanks. So this is just high level. I'm not sure if everyone can see it properly, but anyways, after this is done, we're going to share the entire presentation with you guys for your reference. So now this is the chart of the school. We have the board of governors, and then we have the executive principal, and then we have different function reporting directly into the executive principal. We have the 5 schools at the very far right, and then we have the school improvement department. Then we have a technical function under which we have operations and IT. This position is vacant at the moment. We don't have director, technical director at the moment. So we have the entire operation function along with IT reporting directly to the executive principal. We then have the well-being team. And then we have the people function that has HR, admissions, community engagement, and communications. Each and every line manager is going to introduce themselves at a later part of this presentation and give you more information on what they do. And then at the very far left side, we have finance and administration that has finance and procurement. Okay? Why is it not working? Okay. So starting with the people function, why is this not working? Can we go to the next slide? Sorry, this is not working. Thank you. Oh, cool, thanks. Okay, so I'm gonna start with HR, okay? Now, this is, again, a high-level structure of the HR team. I have 5 brilliant team members in HR supporting the entire school. We have Manal. She's looking after recruitment and hiring. And then we have Kristen, who's managing HR operations, anything related to contracts, offers, basically anything that you would like to ask about, you can reach out to Kristen. Yeah, he's there. And then I have Ramona. She's taking care of your accommodation. So with any questions regards to accommodation, any maintenance, any problems with your accommodation whatsoever, please do reach out to her. I have then Yasmin taking care of payroll, so salary processing, leave, attendance. And then I have Faisal, our PRO, who's taking care of your visas. Okay? So he's the guy issuing your visas and medical insurance, right? I have their contacts listed here. Again, I'm going to share these slides with everyone after this presentation is done. So if you guys have any questions, you know who to reach out to. Any questions so far? Okay, so we're going to walk you through some important policies that you should know about. I'm going to hand it over to Manal. She's going to explain that, and then I'll see you again in a bit. Okay?
Okay, I think this is our favorite topic, payday. Everything's pretty much mentioned here. So basically, I'm sure all of you have doubts about how you're going to open a bank account. We have some representatives from the bank coming here after this meeting, so you guys can meet up with them. They will take you through the documents they need to set up a bank account. But the main two documents that we need is definitely an active bank account for us to transfer the money, as well as an Emirates ID. I'm sure Faisal and Kristen will take you through what needs to be done to get your visa processed. I'm sure you've heard about medical, a lot of terms that are pretty much new to you, and we are all here to support you with that. Any questions, you can reach out to anyone from the HR team, and we will be more than happy to help you with it. Also, regarding the salaries that should be paid in August, we will be paying that somewhere in September as soon as your bank accounts are active. Just let us know, give us out all the information, and we will take it from there. Okay, email and access cards. I believe some of you have already received your email addresses. The ones who haven't, we will be setting them up pretty soon. The IT team will work with you to get that sorted. We also have access cards. So this is very important, access cards, because that's something that you will need on an everyday basis. So carry it with you just like you would carry your Emirates ID or your wallet. Just carry it with you when you're coming in and out of the school. You need to, log in, swipe in, and swipe out every time you enter and you get out. Cash advance, I'm sure all of you know about it. It was mentioned on the offers as well, but anything to do with cash advance, you can reach out to Yasmin, who's our payroll officer, and she will help you with it. These are some of the points that you should remember when applying for a cash advance. So one personal salary advance is allowed per employee per school year. The requested amount should not exceed 50% of the employee's gross monthly salary, and the cash advance request will not be approved in June, July, August. That's basically a summer leave. Reimbursements. Okay, I'm sure you guys have questions regarding that as well, but we have something called an expense form. You can't just send us your receipts without a form. So this form you need to fill. There's a link that goes out here, which will be sent to you later as Wissam explained. So the entire sheet will be sent to you. You will need to click on that forms link, and that will direct you to the forms that you need to download, add in your details, get it signed by your line manager, and then the head of school. Then it would be, those are physical signatures, not e-signatures. Physical signatures, then in an envelope, just put the form along with the receipts and submit to HR. We'll get back to the finance and get it all sorted for you. Staff attendance. Coming back to this, the access cards that I mentioned, some of the key points that you need to remember is daily attendance is your own responsibility. So you can check your attendance via the ESS system. I'm sure this term is pretty new to all of you. So the ESS system is something that each one of you will have your respective email addresses and your own login details that will be provided by the IT. Just like you have your own access card, this is going to be your own login details for the ESS system. This is the system that you use to apply for any leaves, all of that. So that will be, what we are going to do is we will provide you with a learner's guide via an email, which you can use and go through it on how to go about this process. Regular checking of attendance can help flag any technical issues. Also, if you don't carry your access card and you don't swipe in and swipe out, please let us know that day itself. What you need to do is you need to let your line manager or your head of school know about it, that you forgot your card, so that they send us an email to the HR and we can put that you attended that particular day. If this information is missing, then you'll definitely have some kind of deductions. So please ensure that you follow this at all times. And in case you're unable to sign in, sign out, the same process applies. Let your line manager or your head of school know, and the HR will know, and we will notify. Okay, so my colleague Kristen will take this forward with you guys. Any questions so far? Nobody? All right, thank you so much, guys.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Well, let me continue with the slide, but before I continue with this, I would like to welcome each and every one of you to Russell Kema, and especially to RAC Academy. I know that in the last 1 month, we have been interacting and getting things sorted in regards with documentations, with your dependencies, and I'm sure you have a lot of questions, so feel free to ask questions during the induction session or maybe later through an email. Okay, in regards with leave and leave procedures, the first point is for annual leave. Now, since most of you all are teachers here, it is not applicable for you all. Is there any admin here, any new admin here? Is Suzanne here? Suzanne Afif? Yes. So Suzanne, this point is for you, but not for the other staff. So for annual leave, you have to apply through ESS system, which we will, maybe in the next slide, I'll be able to show you. Apply for your annual leave where it goes to your manager's approval, and then it comes to the HR. All right? Moving on to the next one, we have sick leaves. As per the UAE labor law, we have 15 days of sick leave, paid sick leave. And then we have emergency leave, that is 1 personal day of leave, which is paid. And then for pregnant women, now employees who have completed 1 year of their service are eligible for 45 days full pay as per the UAE labor law. Now imagine you deliver before 1 year of your service, you get paid half. You don't get paid full salary, you get paid half of 45 days. Any doubts on this, please? All good? Great. Yes, so this is the ESS system, employee self-service system, where you need to put your request for leaves. This is applicable for annual leave. Suzanne, this is something for you, and even for all the staff. For a lot of requests, you might have to go through ESS system, but this is just a draft. You have to apply on ESS, it goes to your reporting line managers for approval, and then it comes to the HR for final confirmation. So ESS, I believe Pradap will be giving a separate session on this. IT? Yes, so the IT will give a different separate session on ESS process. How does it work? Yes, so employee complaints and grievances. Each stakeholder at RAC Academy has the right to be treated with respect. Is everyone able to see this? Is it fine? The one who are sitting back? Okay, great. So each stakeholder at RAC Academy has a right to be treated with respect, courtesy, and consideration by every other member of the school community. It is the responsibility of each stakeholder to comply with the school's policies and procedures as the same may be amended from time to time. Each stakeholder has a right to feel valued and to appeal to the higher authority when feeling unfairly treated. Now, employee complaints and grievances, in case there is a grievance when it comes to your departmental concern, you have to get in touch with your department heads and get things sorted. If it doesn't get sorted, then you move on to the next line where you get in touch with your head of school and you get things sorted internally. And if nothing goes on there, then you get in touch with the HR department, and the HR department will get in touch with the respective heads, arrange for a meeting, and get the matter resolved. We will send you the updated grievance policy, hopefully within a week's time. Great. So travel and hygiene guidelines. I believe I have emailed all of... Sure. Thank you so much, guys.
Right. Thank you. That's fine. So now, at the time the COVID-19 crisis started, we were obliged to send regular instructions and updates to staff on hygiene and health and safety, right? And this is something that we started back in March since the whole crisis started. We were obliged to circulate different communication and guidelines, and very, very recently we developed a travel guidelines that we shared with everyone, including you guys. So I believe everyone received a copy of it prior to coming to the UAE. This is giving guidelines and instructions on what to do and how, like different procedures to follow in the country. And I do believe everyone got a copy of it. If you did not receive it, please do let us know in HR. We are going to share a copy with you. But anyways, so this policy includes information on what you do before traveling, employees' obligations when returning from travel, returning to the UAE from traveling abroad, and UAE international travel guidelines. Right, so again, this is something that's going to be updated regularly and shared again and again, because travel guidelines are being changed on daily basis, probably here in the country, due to the current situation. So this is something that we're going to conduct regular updates to and share it with everyone, okay? Now, this is an application that you are required to download on your cell phone. Once you get an Emirates ID, you should log in with your Emirates ID data on that mobile application, and it's a very good tool to track in case someone got in touch with another person who has COVID-19. Okay, so they give you information on that. There are links to where you can download it from. Very, very useful. Okay. Now, Wiqaya, this is a platform that the UAE government initiated, again, back in March. It has instructions and guidelines on COVID-19, health precautions, tips, and it's very useful because it gives you access to talk directly to medical practitioners in case you need advice. So this is another platform that you can leverage. Now, Ministry of Health and Prevention instructions. These are instructions and guidelines received directly from Ministry of Health, and again, we as an entity were obliged to share it and circulate it with employees on a regular basis. It has just basic guidelines on health and safety and precautions in the work environment. These are emails that we circulated to staff since March. Again, we can share it with you, or actually we should circulate it again to employees. So you will receive a copy of it anyways. Now, this is the fun part of the presentation. And this is just to give you an idea on how RAC Academy celebrated events in the past. So this is just some pictures of some events that were conducted in the past. This year will be different for sure due to the current situation and social distancing, so we should avoid gathering, you know, as a whole group or a big group in one place. So I'm sure we're going to find alternatives on how to celebrate different events, but this is just FYI of how events were conducted in the past. So this is Touch of Pink Day, conducted by Community Engagement Team, Raqqa Teachers Day, I believe by the Wellbeing Team, some sports challenges, National Day celebration, the big thing. It's a very, very big event that the entire country celebrates every year. It's the beginning of December, long weekend, something to look forward to. Tolerance Day, again, celebrated by the Wellbeing Team, teachers, Vietnamese teachers delegation. So pretty much we have a whole calendar laid out for the whole year that we work through. Different teams collaborate together on getting this done. Again, this year might be a bit different, but we're going to send you notice in advance on how things will be done. Any questions? Okay, I'm gonna leave you with Tamar. She is the Wellbeing Coordinator and Child Protection Officer. She's going to give you some useful information on the culture in the UAE. And if you have any questions for HR, please do reach out to us. Thank you. Oh, ده محتاج sanitization.
I am the Wellbeing Counseling Coordinator and Child Protection Officer. I would like to say welcome to the UAE, welcome to Ras Al Khaimah, and definitely welcome to RAC Academy family of schools. Now you are a big part of a big family called RAC Academy. I've been here since 2007. I'm not an expert on talking about the UAE and life in the UAE, but being here for the last 13 years, I can say that I really enjoyed my experience so far. Once you know the rules, Once you are adjusted to the culture, you will have a great experience. And this will be a new journey and a new path in your life. So enjoy your stay here in the UAE, and I'm sure you will love it. The presentation has 5 main parts. Some facts about UAE, important social ethics, cultural sensitivity, cultural adjustment, and some strategies to cope with the cultural stress. Some facts about the UAE. The United Arab Emirates UAE is a federation of 7 emirates, which united on the 2nd of December 1971. There are Abu Dhabi as the capital, Dubai, Fujairah, Ras Al Khaimah, Sharjah, and Al Quwain. The UAE is an Arab country, state of the League of Arab States, and also a member of the Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC. Arabic is the official language, although English is widely used. The UAE is predominantly Muslim country. Islam is the basis of the UAE's culture, political system, and way of life. It is also multicultural and tolerant towards other religions. Everyone is free to practice their own religion, and UAE's residents observe the various festive occasions such as Eid, Christmas, and Diwali. There are over 200 different nationalities residing in the UAE, making it one of the most culturally diverse countries in the world. Over the last decade, the country's population has increased from 3.4 million in 2001 to 9.8 million in 2020. Mostly due to the immigration, UAE also ranks among the highest in the world in terms of population growth. In less than 4 decades, the nation has transformed from a tribal culture reliant on agriculture and fishing to an entrepreneurial success story with world-class infrastructure. The leadership has improved education, effectively eliminating illiteracy, advanced healthcare, and embraced changes as the UAE modernizes, consistent with its history and cultural values. Emirati clothing, as you are seeing in this picture, is an important part of the history and heritage of the UAE, and is a source of pride, definitely. Men in the UAE wear a white cloak called kandura, or a dishtash in other GCC countries. The women in UAE wear a long flowing black gown known as the abaya. The abaya is actually an elegant piece of attire used to cover the female clothing. Emiratis are known for their hospitality. They feel honored when receiving guests and socializing with friends and relatives. Guests always are welcomed with coffee and fresh dates. Incense is passed around so that guests can catch the fragrance in their headwear. With the immigrant population increasing, restaurants offering a wide variety of ethnic foods and fast foods have become popular. Emiratis are friendly people who show tolerance and an open-minded approach to visitors in their country, but their cultures and values should always be respected. Some social ethics. It's really important to remember that you are in a different country with a different culture and belief system. It's like the old saying, when in Rome. It is just common courtesy to respect your hosts, as we expect visitors to our country to respect our laws and traditions. Few points to make sure and be mindful about. Please make sure you dress conservatively when you are in public. Everyone is expected to dress appropriately. When you are taking pictures of Emiratis, please make sure that you will take their permission. Relationships between sexes. I'm sure that you are aware that sex in the UAE without marriage is illegal and punishable under UAE law. Public displays of affection are not well tolerated in the UAE. Holding hands is fine for married couples, but kissing and hugging in public are not acceptable. Alcohol and pig products. You can find pig products in markets, some markets here in Iraq, like Choitrams, Spinners, and Grandiose. As per the alcohol, while drinking alcohol is technically permitted in hotels, expats who cause any type of trouble after consuming an alcoholic drink will be treated very severely. You need to be aware that drinking or being drunk in public is illegal, as well as driving in any amount of alcohol in your system is illegal too. You need always to remember, and it's an advice, don't initiate a handshake with a Muslim from the opposite sex. Better wait for them to offer their hand and not the other way around. Pointing fingers is considered a rude gesture. Make sure of your whole hand when you are using and going to point at something. Offensive language, spitting, aggressive behavior, including hand gestures, are viewed very seriously and can result in imprisonment and deportation. This includes road rage. So I will advise, while you are driving, be calm, relax, and enjoy your trip. Islamic religious values are greatly respected in the UAE. Showing any disrespect towards religious beliefs or practices is considered deeply offensive and very likely to result in a heavy fine and/or imprisonment. Be aware that Muslims pray 5 times a day. You will notice the mosques call people to pray through a speaker system. And this time, you will also notice public music is turned off as Muslims perform their daily prayers. In your classroom, if you are listening to the music with your students, when you will hear the mosque calling for prayer, it's really important to off the music till the prayer will finish. Be mindful of your behavior during Ramadan, specifically eating, drinking, and smoking. Doing these things in public or in front of a fasting Muslim is a sign of disrespect. Cultural sensitivity. The importance of cultural sensitivity in our life, to understand and to embed it, is really important. Cultural sensitivity is a set of skills that enables us to learn about and understand people who are different from ourselves and allows us to respect and value their culture, thereby becoming better able to serve them within their own communities. If you are culturally sensitive, it means we are aware of and knowledgeable of the Islamic culture and religious tradition. We are planning our lessons properly, checking the materials. We use the knowledge and the experience of those around us. Definitely, our performances will be more efficient. We will develop parents' confidence in the school system and benefit the students in a variety of ways, which means RAK Academy community is treated well, the community is happier, which means we are more successful. Cultural adjustment and the importance of those steps. You cannot fully appreciate cultural differences without first going through some stages of adjustment. And this is really important to be able, at least the first term here abroad from your home country, to live properly with a balanced well-being. It is possible that your initial reaction to life abroad will be euphoria, sparked by a sense of novelty and adventure that you can do it here as well in Iraq. It is also possible that euphoria will give you a less pleasant emotion as you try to make your way through an unfamiliar culture. You may find that you are unable to follow your usual routine. It's fine. Minor problems may seem like major crises. You may feel anxious or depressed. These symptoms are often referred to as cultural shock, although this is somewhat of a misnomer. It is really important to realize that these are perfectly normal responses to a new environment. And in fact, I will say it can be seen as a sign that you are truly engaging a new culture. So it's okay to feel those feelings. The most important is to understand, reflect, and be mindful and validate your feelings. You need to remember and accept that there is no one-size-fits-all way of dealing with the challenges of this adjustment period. Although the more you understand it, the more effectively you can move past it and use it as a way to deepen your immersion into the culture. There are few strategies that are really important to cope with the cultural stress. I divided to 3 stages or 3 forms of support. We have personal supports, social supports, and physical supports. When I say personal support, I'm talking about all the ways of thinking and feeling that you will pass through, and you need to use some strategies to cope with the culture. It's really important to understand the stage of adapting to life as an expat. And also, I will say it's really important to validate your feelings. Analyze your situations and reactions. Breathe. Be flexible. Tolerate ambiguity. Expect things to be different. Be patient and mindful, of course. Don't try to understand everything immediately. Identify what helps you to manage your stress. Always be calm, and the most important, be respectful. Don't expect everything to be in order. Trust me, things happen either too slowly or too quickly, depending on our expectations. Identify ways of thinking positively. Don't take things too seriously. Foster your sense of humor, smile and relax, and investigate fast. Social supports can be in a different way. To be honest, here in our school, I will say in our family, as I consider RAC Academy as my family, we have a big support, and we are lucky to have this. Our staff, management, counselors, the colleagues that you have. Please don't be shy if you have any concerns, anything is bothering your mind, to come and have a chat with the person that you feel comfortable with. So it's really important to identify your sources of support and types of support. Also, it is really important to keep your relation with your family and friends in your home country. Try to manage and plan how you will contact them. Now, with the COVID situation, Zoom is much more easy to have a Zoom communication. We have Google Meet and other systems of communication that you can do it. Have a routine to have the contact time with your family and friends back in your home country. A key message is don't isolate yourself. Seek out friends and groups that share your interest and can facilitate your participation in social circles. This is really important. Even if you are depressed, you are not feeling good, you are by yourself, don't isolate yourself. Just go out, you have plenty of colleagues, different activities may happen here, talk with them, even for a coffee. Physical support. When I say physical support, I am truly talking about creating your balanced well-being. I'm talking about normal self-care approach and things that you can do. The first thing in our mind will be eat in a healthy way, Get plenty of rest and sleep properly. Trust me, if you are not dealing with your health properly, you will not be able to manage your workload here, so it may reach you to some situation that will create some stresses. Identify any problems and make plans to manage them. Find safe and fun ways to exercise on a regular basis. Wait for a month or so, and the weather will be really good to do some jogging outside and some walking as well. My last message is really important, and I want you to take this and reflect on it. In conclusion, don't let my or anyone else's word stress you out. This is uniquely your experience. Your new life in UAE will be an exciting time of growth and learning for you. As an expat, the main key to success is in learning about your environment and its people and embracing its differences. Be positive, enjoy your new life, and enjoy your new journey. If you have any questions, please, we are always here to help and support you. And thank you so much for listening.
So which one to turn the slides? From where? This one? Yeah, okay, thank you. Hello, good morning everyone. A warm welcome to RAK Academy Family of Schools. My name is Zahra Mahmoud and I am the admissions manager of RAK Academy.
I do apologise, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to quickly pick up on some points from Tamar there that may be useful for you moving forward. Excellent presentation, and my apologies for interrupting, but just while it struck me, I've worked in the region for around 15 years now. One of my last positions was starting a new school in Dubai. Had about 90% millennials on my staff, and one of the key issues that we perhaps didn't cover was that of social media. Now, one of the great things about being in this part of the world is that you are very, very safe. Could I just have a quick show of hands? How many people are firstly new to international teaching per se? Have never taught internationally before? Big number. How many of you are new to the UAE? So it would be those people plus any others new to the UAE. Okay, so a big number. We are in a very, very safe part of the world, and that is fantastic. One of the reasons we are safe is that our government here looks after us. They keep an eye on things. For instance, they have algorithms running across the internet on a regular basis, searching for keywords, making sure that we stay safe. Here's some advice that I give to all of my teachers and my employees at my schools in this region. If you're using social media, great, carry on using it. But wherever you can, or wherever you wish to, you should set your settings to private, so that you know the people who are viewing you. You will know 100% that your students and parents will be looking at your profile online, so you have to be aware of that. And that you will be watched in a general way online. So, this is nothing scary, this is great because we are safe here, but what I suggest you do is you set your settings to private if at all possible on your social media. You make sure that you never post anything that may be disrespectful. You never comment on the government. You never comment on religion. You never comment on relationships or that area. If you follow those rules, and you never post photos of yourself, perhaps if you're drinking with a glass of wine in your hand, you just temper your social media use to those sorts of guidelines. Other than that, you operate safely and happily in a very safe environment, and all of my teachers have always enjoyed their time living in this part of the world. You can achieve a great deal for your career, you can have a fantastic time and meet the most wonderful people and enjoy the fabulous culture here. But just think about social media use, how you might want to restructure that slightly in the way that you utilize your social media. So I do apologize for interrupting, but I thought it was quite timely and it fitted in nicely with that fantastic message that Tamar gave us. So thank you.
Thank you.
Zara is fantastic, so over to you.
Thank you. So, admissions. RAC Academy has a central admissions office located in the headquarters, Admin Building 1, which is within the International Secondary School, the ISK. Admissions team. I'm working with the 7 dedicated staff members serving all schools of RAC Academy. I will start with Rasha Abu Abeid. Rasha is the MOE liaison officer. RAC Academy School is following the UAE Ministry of Education rules and guidelines, and Rasha is the key person of contact with the Ministry of Education. In the admissions central office, we have 3 registration and admissions officers, Shayla Lobo, Maya Abu Libda, and Majd Mahanna. And we have Michelle Gallergan as an admin assistant. We have Layla Isa as the admissions and registration officer in the British school Al Hamra. And we have Tasneem Ghanaim as the admissions and registration officer in Al Rams. About admissions department, what we do. The admissions team receive and evaluate application forms. We are the first point of contact with parents. We provide them with information about the school programs, facilities, and all the relevant informations. We also administer the applicants and candidates' entrance assessment and interviews. We determine the admissions eligibility of the applicants in cooperation with the head of schools, senior leadership team, SEN, and EAL teams. We supervise and administer the registration procedures with the Ministry of Education online system, Al-Manhal. We also prepare statistical studies and reports about students' enrollments and class sizes. The admissions team maintain official academic records. We collect, record, and distribute grades for all students. The admissions team liaise and coordinate with the Ministry of Education, the school administrative and academic departments on a daily basis. Team members' roles and duties. The admissions manager manage the admissions office and the MOE or the Ministry of Education Affairs, organize and run open days and information sessions for new parents. Admissions manager and the admissions team act as the first point of contact with new parents until their first day of school. We manage the application approval process within the school and the Ministry of Education. We manage the placement test and interview for all applicants, and we manage the waiting list to make sure that RAC Academy admissions policy is adhered to. Student registration officer. Our registration officers providing a high quality customer service to new and existing parents. They accept applications, they administer the entrance assessments, they provide school tours, they guide overseas and local parents with the transfer process, maintain and update academic records, collect and distribute grades for all students, handling the re-enrollment process for the current students, keeping and updating student documents and record on the school system, Orison and ISAMS, communicate with other schools to collect previous school reports, references, and transfer documents. The admissions team is also responsible for the clearance process for the leaving students and make sure that the leaving parents are aware of the formalities and deadlines of the clearance process. MOA liaison officer serve as the coordinating officer for all school relations with the Ministry of Education, maintain and update schools with all the Ministry of Education rules and guidelines with regards to student registration, staff registration, licensing, supervise and administer registration procedure with the Ministry of Education as well, prepare school official publications, collect, record, and distribute grades, maintain official academic records and issue transcripts, prepare and issue official certificate. Rasha is also in charge of the administrative approvals for all new staff, and she will be in charge or be the key person of you to guide you through the equivalency process with the Ministry of Education. Rasha's office, as mentioned earlier, is a central office in the headquarters for the staff working in for the staff working in the IBK, ISK, and BSK, you are more than welcome to visit Russia to go through your documents and guide you through the equivalency process with the MOE. For the staff working in the British School Al-Hamra and the British School Al-Rams, we will arrange with your schools, and after the second week of September, Russia will be in your school every other Thursday. This will be in liaison with your school, and you will be notified with the date and time Russia in your school. This is the contact details of the admissions team. I believe this presentation will be shared with you after today, so when you should contact us. First thing, if you have children and you would like to enroll them in RAC Academy, please feel free to contact us. And for your daily operation or with the student in your class, you need to reach the admissions office if there is a child appearing in your attendance record, but he is not attending the school and there is no response to the follow-up phone calls from school. You will also need to contact us if there is a child sitting in your class but he is not showing in your attendance records. Also, you need to contact us if you have received a notification or a letter from a parent that their children are no longer attending RAC Academy. You need to notify the admissions office. When we will reach you, when the admissions team will be emailing you. You will receive an email, a notification from the admissions team if there is a new student joining your class, or if there is a student from your class is leaving the school, or when we need to check attendance and confirm attendance for clearance purposes. Hope this was helpful. I'm looking forward to work with you all, and have a good day.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I know it's still around 9, but it's been a long day for you, and you've been listening to lots of things, so I'm going to try and be short as much as I can. My name is Riham Zahran, and I'm the Community Engagement Manager. I've been working in the school for more than 17 years, and in education more than 24 years. So I come from an educational background. And being in education, it's really very important, and you will all agree with me, is how to build the bridge between school and home. It's very important. This is one of the key success that we as school are looking for. And that's what we are doing now. We're trying to strengthen this bridge between home and school. So this is actually what I do, and it's very, very important, and later on I'll tell you that your role also is important to me. So if we look at this, and most of you as educators will know that community and school and home work together. If we work together, this will improve our student attendance, it will improve our student achievement, and if we work with both sides two-way, it is actually impact positively on our student. And the student is the center of learning. So it's very, very important to focus on that. And we all agree on that. So this is this is my department. It's me and my colleague who works as the Community Engagement Officer. We both work together in the department. Our main role is the monitoring, and it's very important to monitor and improve the channel or this bridge between us and home, and how to make existing parents and new parents happy and satisfied. And this is by going to the next point, which is diffuse and resolve any problems and complaint. And this is where it comes to your role by helping each other. If you feel that parents have any kind of inquiries or complaint or even a concern, we work together to diffuse this and to make the parents happy or understand what the situation is. Also, to maintain the line of communication between us and between the parents or between home. It's very important also to know that to inform, and this will come later, is to inform my role is to inform also the executive principal and the head of school of any kind of big issues are concerned that we can start solving together. Your role, as I said, will be to inform me about this. Part of my role also is the events. So I arrange community and parents events, and have you seen earlier, this was some of part of my events with the well-being. So these are the kind of events we'll do. We're not going to stop events. We're also going to continue doing that, but it could be like a virtual events and different that. We want to keep school going. We want to keep all the different activities and events that we do, but in another way. We're changing. Education is changing, and so we're saying changing. Also, to do that and to check that we are on the right track, we monitor and we observe and monitor. We do some surveys. We can also use different measurements, qualitative, quantitative. It doesn't matter. As long as we are measuring, we want to measure the happiness and the success of what we are doing. We always want to improve and see that this bridge is getting strengthened. We also conduct some studies. I also, and this is something very important that helps and I've been doing for the last couple of years, is training parents and training others to be aware about our curriculum, if it's an IB or a British curriculum, to train them and to make them aware about the different policies that we have in school. If you will definitely know that making parents aware will make them part of the responsibility, and that will make all our life easier. So simply this is part of what I do, and also this is part of my colleagues. She's also helping me in all what I've mentioned earlier. Please, this is my numbers. You will have it later. I'll get contact from you, get calls from you. I'll be there all the time for you. I hope I didn't take lots of time from, I know I'm trying to today is a long day for you, and you're going to be getting lots and lots of information. So welcome to RAC Academy, welcome to Family of Schools. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So I'll be in the middle actually because I'm introducing myself to everyone because I'm new. This one? Take it. Hi. Okay. My name is Rana, and I'm the communication manager. I will make it easy for you because I know if you keep saying for you, I'm communication manager. You didn't give me the clicker, by the way. Okay. Actually, I'm responsible or in charge for the external and internal communication. Okay. So I'll make it easy for you. Nowadays, social media is talk. So I'm the social media here. So actually I'm responsible for the website and for the social media, plus the press release and the media, all the contact with the media. We are here also doing the press release, the media. And I will just make it short for you. For any industry actually, it's easy the communication manager and the communication department to work alone and all follow. But also when I came here, I found education impossible to work alone. If everyone will not communicate with the communication department, we will have nothing on the social media. We will have nothing in the website. So to make it easy for you, normally communication, create the brand, create the content, and show to the staff, and they are working and they follow. But here, actually, you are playing the two roles. You are the content, and you are the advocate for us. So you are the one who's talking about the brand, and you are the one who's creating the brand. So I'm doing nothing. So if you are not helping me to create the content and talk about the content, I don't think so I have no role in this place. So I will, actually, it's very easy for me if I'm working with everyone. I'm very happy to be very close to everyone. If you have any idea, something come to your mind, you think so is not good, just call me. Rana, I have this, can be? Yes, can be. But maybe we will just color it, we will do it in different way, and then we can talk about it. So any idea, I'm here for the crazy idea in a brand way. So don't be worried, everything we will share it with the parent on social media and on website. It will be internal shared with you first, just also to make sure when the parents see this content, you have the information and you can also be not the second person. You will not be seeing this information like the parents. You will be first see this information. We also will work just to make sure on something new here. If you can see, the website is not that well. I promise, inshallah, this year it will be different. And also we'll have different social media. Also, we will work on mystery shopper. As you know, we want to evaluate our non-academic team just to make sure we are also give a nice service to the parent, offline and online. So I'm happy to be with Raqqa Academy. I'm welcome myself here, and I'm so happy to work with everyone very close. Thank you.
One person to row with a microphone, that person will hold the microphone. We're going to have a quick Q&A, maybe 10 minutes, making sure that we get to talk to up with it. That break, and then we carry on with our information. Be very patient. Just to, are there any particular questions that you have on things that you would like to further information on, or anything that you've heard so far? Yes. Yes, good point. I'd picked that up. Thank you. So the question to HR is: we still have staff who are in accommodation. Did someone want to just talk a little bit about that? I know they're working furiously to try and sort it for you, but let's. I touched it.
So first, I'd like to apologize to accommodate you guys in a hotel and not, give you the apartments on spot. We're finalizing the deal with Al Hamra, the compound, and this is why we were slightly delayed to deliver it to you. It's problems with deadlines and signing of agreements and things like that. The maintenance is done in all the units. It's just pending connecting the electricity and moving the furniture. So it's just a matter of days. So we're hoping by mid next week. The thing is, we have a long weekend, so next Sunday is off. It's a national holiday, so nothing will work during the weekend. So, and today is Thursday already. So we're hoping by mid of next week everything will be ready and you guys will be able to move very soon. So it's not going to be delayed beyond end of next week for sure. What about So Yasmin Village, there should not be a problem with it. As far as I know, the units should be ready. Let me check with Ramona because she's not here. She left, and I'll get back to you. Yeah?
If you have a particular issue or just a general question about accommodation and the process, during our morning tea break, please feel free to talk to the HR team. They can help support you. But I do know that we're pushing as quickly as possible to get those units ready for you. They are fantastic units, but you need to be in them as soon as possible. I appreciate that. And of course, the other thing probably on your mind is that you are starting teaching, within a week or so, and so that's obviously on your mind. I completely understand. We will push as fast as possible on that for you. Thank you, Wissam.
Any other questions? HR related?
So much information to take in a short time.
Nothing?
Okay. So, Jude, are we close to tea and coffee being available? Yes? So, please feel free to mingle within social distancing rules with your masks. If you want to ask the team any specific questions privately, you're most welcome to do so. Please move around and get the blood flowing. Thank you. We're going to be back here in 20 minutes, back online in 20 minutes with our presentations. It is now 9:20, so 9:40. I'd say get some fresh air, but it's quite humid out there, so. Thanks.
Outside, right? For sanitization.
Here's your clicker, it's sanitised. You just turn it on at the side. Yeah. Turn it on at the side. Turn it on at the side. Here. To green's on, that's fine. Yeah.
So it's on.
And you
So
point
I
it
go right.
point it that way. Yeah. Yep. On the right. All right, we're going to ask ES to present to you now on operations, so facilities, health and safety, some key issues around this for you. So over to you, ES. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I wish you had a good refresh, so it is a good chance that I came after the break. My name is Iyas. I'm managing the transport department, but I'm here today to talk to you about the operations sections on behalf of Nathan Goddard, the operations manager, who could not join us today. As we can see, the transport or the operations section consists of 5 departments: maintenance, security, transport, canteen, and the clinics. Let me please brief the responsibility of each one of them. We can read that operations manager to oversee the whole department under operations and make sure that they run smoothly, and to provide a leadership role to the departments. Going to the maintenance team, which is a big team of maintenance team and cleaners. The cleaners work all over the day and evening to keep all and maintain all the school premises clean and safe for students, staff, and visitors as well. The maintenance team, the main responsibility is to maintain the safe and respectable standard of the safety of our staff and students and visitors. Next one is the security team, the guys that you can see them on each gate. The responsibility is to oversee the security of RAC Academy schools and staff and students also. Next one is the canteen team that we have here, kitchen and chefs. They're preparing the daily food and snacks to the students and staff. They provide healthy and good snacks to students and staff and promote healthy eating to all. In regards to the clinics, clinics are located on the site. So for 5 schools, we have 5 clinics. Each clinic there is a nurse. They provide medical assistance to all students, staff, or even visitors if needed on site. The last one, which is my department, is the transport department. We oversee the day-to-day transport system, and not only that, we also ensure a safe and efficient trips to all students going and coming from home. We have a large fleet and very well-trained drivers. They get training every year about first aid, health and safety, and their responsibilities. The fleet covers most of the areas of Ras Al Khaimah. So we have buses for Al Ramsa School, we have buses Al Hamra, we have the main fleet here. We always emphasize to bus assistants to take care of the students, because the parents are trusting us that we provide a very safe environment, not only physically, also mentally, because he's leaving his son. He trusts that RAC Academy, that the bus is a part of RAC Academy. So we're trying to do the best to take care of them. We also organize the hiring or organize the field trips, which is now on hold by ministry because of the circumstances recently of COVID-19. We also, as you witnessed or experienced for the last couple of weeks, we arranged a pick-up from the airport for some staff that you came recently from airport. Let's move to the health and safety statement. As you see, RAC Academy fully accepts the obligations placed upon it by the various acts of the UAE federal legislation covering health and safety. There is a health and safety pack will be sent to you by the operation manager. It covers the main points like the procedures, the emergency procedures, the evacuation, security, etc. And I encourage you, please, if you have any issue, any concern, any question about health and safety, you can contact Mr. Nathan Goddard, the operations manager. His email and contact number will be showing on the next slide. Next one, this responsibility academy, we recognize that our responsibility toward the protection of our students, staff, and visitors and parents. We commit to the minimizing the risk to students, staff, and visitors, and protecting the environment from the impact of the operations and activities provided to a safe learning environment. UAE laws and culture. The culture, as you know here, this is very welcoming country. I've been here for the last more than 10 years, and from my personal experience, the country is very secure for family life or even any kind of activities you want. The people are so generous, friendly, educated. You will see them, especially the local citizens of UAE. The laws about security, especially the drinking and drugs, there is, we can say, no tolerance about drunken behavior. So especially like in the life or even driving. Mentioning the driving, no, it is so risky to drive while drinking. Based on your UK driving license, it's so easy to apply to have UAE driving license. If you can find me, ask me any questions later about this. It's very easy, the procedure is very smart. The traffic department is easy to access. You can find them on the smart application as well. The traffic laws are very clear, and even I wish no one will have accident. In case of accident, there is a special team from police come to help you. They analyze the accident. First of all, they come to help you, regardless what you made fault or not. In case you want to contact us, I was trying to be as short as possible because you had a long day. These are our contact numbers. All of us, you can find our offices in Admin 2, first floor, next to the HR and the accounts. This is what we have today. Thank you for your time and have a nice day. And sorry, any question? Okay, thank you. Okay.
Hi, good morning. This is my name is Ahmed. I'm the Director of Finance. I'll give you a brief about our finance function. The steering committee we have is the finance. Our steering committee is the finance committee. They are steering the whole financial function of the academy. It consists of 3 members, the chairman of the committee and 1 financial expert from the board of directors, and our executive principal, Mr. Graham. He's part also of the committee members. Our finance department here consists of 8 people. They are spread between all the schools. Majority of the team located in Admin Building 2. These are the major functions that we are covering in our finance department: budgeting, accounting, and financial planning and reporting. The financial processes that we are covering, mainly in the accounting processes, we are taking care of accounts receivables, payables, inventory, asset management, cash management, payroll accounting, and revenue and expenses. In the budgeting process, we are taking care of the annual budgeting for all operating expenses and capital expenses. The planning process mainly consists of cash flow management and financial forecasting. In the financial reporting, we are taking care of the financial annual and periodic financial reports to the top management, including the audit. The main contact in the finance department is the accounts manager. His name is Abdul Nabi. And for the budget, we have a budget controller, Mr. Sharif. He is the contact for budget-related matters. Any staff-related financial issues, it should be coming through HR first of all, then HR will be communicating with us. Unless you have any concern that it's related purely financial, which we can direct you as well to the related channel. For any financial request or any financial document, the normal transaction period is 3 working days because it requires different level of approvals and authorizations. Now, currently we are managing also procurement function. For the procurement function, we have a committee, procurement committee. They are handling the strategic part of the procurement. It consists of 5 members. 3 members are from the academic side and 2 members from finance and 1 independent member. The purchasing team, they are located in the admin building 2 as well. You will have to contact them in case if you want to submit any purchase request. So any purchase request, it will be systemized. You can submit your purchase request on the system. I'll show you now the purchasing process, how it goes. The procurement manager, his name is David. You can contact him also for any purchases related issues. The purchasing department is taking care of 2 things, purchases plus the stores. So anything related to stores as well, you may contact him. Now this is the purchasing process. It's a bit simpler than here, but it starts with submitting a purchasing request on the system, and after that it goes for certain different approvals and authorizations. These approvals requires budget controllers and purchasing department as well. Anyway, in any purchasing request, it has to go through the head of school as well. Your head of school, he will be approving the first approval level. If any purchase request was not budgeted for, it will go for a different approval level because we put our budget at the beginning of the year, and any unbudgeted expense, it has to get a higher level of approval. For stores department, any items from the stores needed, you can submit the request to the stores and they will get it approved. But you need to get your department head approval or your head of school approval for any items from the stores. And they will get it, they will just issue the item for you. This is mainly the major functions that we have. And if you have any inquiry, you can contact me or send me an email. Thank you.
It's me again. My second presentation will be about well-being counseling and child protection and e-safety policies and procedures. I was told that I have 30 minutes and we have 4 vital topics, so bear with me, please. As a well-being and counseling coordinator and child protection officer, I oversee 2 teams. Before starting the presentation, I will give you one task for this week. Our child protection policy and procedures, as well as e-safety and cybersecurity policy, are posted on our school website. I will request to go to the website and read carefully the policies, because you will find a lot of details about child protection policy and procedures, and working with the kids to provide a safe environment. It is really vital to go and look the details of the policy, and of course the procedures as well. Today I will give you a very quick important points, and if you have any questions, please, as always, even minor thing, don't hesitate to contact me or have a chat with me. Our child protection and safeguarding team is consisted of 6 members, myself as the Academy Child Protection Officer, and we have 5 deputy officers, 1 in each campus. Those are our email addresses if you need any information, more information. If you have a suspected case, just a query, please, always we are here to help. The second team is well-being and counseling team. Myself as a well-being and counseling coordinator, and we are 3 members so far. We have Ms. Mary Zayden, she is academic counselor, and Ms. Ino Ewert, she is the focus program consultant as well. Those are our email addresses. It is really important, by starting with this presentation, to say that safeguarding and child protection is everyone's responsibility. Yes, we are a team of 6. We oversee the abuse cases matters, but it's our responsibility as whole academy to make sure that we are creating a safe environment, and we are here to help the students. RAC Academy family of schools takes its responsibility to protect and safeguard the welfare of children and young people in its care seriously. The welfare of our young people is embedded within RAC Academy core mission, namely to create a safe, stimulating, and engaging learning environment. As I said, as a team, we oversee child protection and safeguarding matters. However, all staff have an equal responsibility to uphold the school's policy for child protection and safeguarding, set a good example by conducting themselves appropriately, be alert to any indications that a child is at risk of harm, and in cases where abuse is suspected, teachers and other members of staff must share this concern immediately with the CPO. And of course, provide a safe and supportive environment for pupils. Our policy has 3 main elements: prevention, protection, and support. Prevention through the creation of a positive school atmosphere, and of course to provide as well a positive atmosphere and safe atmosphere as teaching, and to give the pastoral support to our students. We do a lot of awarenesses to give the awareness not just to our students, to our community, parents, all the stakeholders and students, so they will be aware of their rights, responsibilities, and their duties. We have the Blue Ribbon Week program, which is a very positive program to approach and talk about types of abuse. And also we have e-safety awareness week, anti-bullying awareness week, and so on. So always our prevention is the first important step to prevent any cases of abuse. Protection is done by following agreed procedures, ensuring staff are trained and supported to respond appropriately and sensitively to child protection concerns. And of course, support to students who may have been abused. As I said, all adults working on or behalf of the children have the responsibility to protect them. All adults are required to be aware of and alert to the sign of abuse. And if an adult identifies that a child may be in an abusive situation, they should record their concerns and report them to the child protection officer without any delay. If you will not get a response within 48 hours, the situation must be escalated to the head of school. Confidentiality is a key important approach towards any case of abuse. It is really important, once you suspected a case, not to do it a subject or a topic to discuss with colleagues in a staff room or anywhere else. We need to be very careful what we are sharing with others. RAK is a very small community. Therefore, if you suspected any case or if you have a case, you need directly report to the child protection officer and the deputy, and your role will finish there. Your duty is not to investigate or interview or to talk about the case elsewhere. So please be mindful about this point. It is really important. Child protection and safeguarding code of conduct. Before passing to this point, I will also mention one thing. While you are having the conversation with the child who approached to you because they feel comfortable and they trust you, please make sure not to say whatever you're saying will be between you and me, because this is not the case. Your duty is to inform the child protection officer. So your conversation should be in a sense that I am here to support you. I will refer this concern to the right and relevant people to support you as well. But don't mention that this is a secret, that it will be between you and the person who came to tell you about the case. Child Protection and Safeguarding Code of Conduct. It's a document outlining the appropriate standards of behavior for all adults towards students. The code serves to protect students. I will say to protect staff as well. Reduce any opportunities for abuse or harm to occur, and promote child safety in the school environment. It provides guidance on how to best support students and how to avoid or better manage difficult situations. Where a staff member is proven to breach the code, RAK Academy management will take disciplinary action. During the induction week, you will receive this form. I will request to read it carefully. It divides in two parts, do and don't. Once you will read, you have to sign and send it back to the HR, and this document will be stored in HR department in your file. Physical intervention or positive handling should only be used in particular circumstances, and even where necessary, minimum force should be applied to prevent harm to the student or to another student or adult. Physical intervention which causes injury or severe distress to a student could result in consideration under child protection or staff disciplinary procedures. Because of that, all physical interventions should be recorded and signed by a witness. Intimate care. As a rule, in our academy, children in the early years are required to be toilet trained before joining school. However, it is common for children of this age to still be developing this skill, and the school will provide support in developing independence. Saying that, there is a very clear message that you need to share with the parents who will approach to you to say that my child needs some help to clean themselves. Our response is very direct and clear. We are not allowed to touch the children's private part, and you should be very strict, and especially the teacher assistants, where parents will come and ask this favor. We cannot do this favor. It is very straight. This is against our child protection and policy procedures, and you need to pass this information to the parents. It is really important to know the form of abuse, as well as the physical and behavioral indicators that might be an alarm for you to report a case. There are 4 types of abuse: physical abuse, neglect, emotional abuse, and sexual abuse. Physical abuse may involve hitting, shaking, throwing, burning, poisoning, or otherwise causing physical harm to a child. Physical harm may also be caused when a parent fabricates the symptoms of or deliberately induces illness in a child. There are many physical indicators and behavioral indicators. I will give you some examples. Those should be an alarm, so you can have a quick chat with the child. Don't forget that you, as teachers or even teaching assistant, are the first contact with the child. You will create that safe relationship and bonding with them. So you should be aware of those indicators, such as, for example, unexplained injuries, bruises, unexplained burns, regular occurrence of unexplained injuries. Sometimes you will find sudden withdrawn or aggressive behavioral extremes. They are uncomfortable with physical contact, seems afraid to go home, or wear clothing inappropriate for the weather in order to cover their body. So seeing those indicators, the quick question and your duty should be, what's happened? What's this, for example? Why you are wearing, it's very hot, war, why you are wearing long sleeves shirt? And once you have already built the relation with the child, and because in the school, in our school, we have the prevention and the awarenesses that we are saying here at RAK Academy, teachers, counselors, and staff are trusted adults, and you can come and share your concerns. The child will talk to you. So you have a big role and duty regarding those points. Neglect is one of the common abuse forms. When I say neglect, is the persistent failure to meet a child's basic needs, such food, shelter, medication, or medical treatment. Sometimes you will realize some students will come to school without a lunchbox. If you, as a class teacher, you already mentioned to the parents about it and nothing was changed, one time, the second time as well, it became, so now it's a abuse case. You need to inform the child protection officer so we can go further, communicate the parents and inform them. Again, there are different indicators, behavioral and physical. For example, a child will be absent for many times without any serious or unexplained absence will have. Hygiene-wise, you will realize that there is a neglecting case. Sometimes those children will have low self-esteem. They are sometimes smelly, and you as a teacher, as I said, you did your duty for the first time, you inform the parents, but if it's a repetitive situation, it's an abuse case. Frequent, as I said, unexplained absence, frequently falls asleep in class. So again, those are alarming points to ask a question. Emotional abuse, again, when unfortunately parents will try demoralizing the child by calling them names or not showing love and affection. Some indicators could be poor attachment relationship, persistent negative comments about the child, self-harm, low self-esteem, unhappiness, anxiety, they feel insecure. Also, those are some points to ask the question to the child. Sexual abuse involves forcing or enticing a child or young person to take part in sexual activities, including prostitution, whether or not the child is aware of what is happening. Sexual abuse includes non-contact activities as well, such as involving children in looking at or in production of pornographic materials, watching sexual activities, or encouraging children to behave in sexually inappropriate ways. Some physical and behavioral indicators for this kind of abuse: self-harm, eating disorders, pain, sexually proactive behavior or knowledge that is incompatible with the child's age and understanding, drawings or a written work that is sexually explicit, self-harm, loss of concentration as well. So it is really important to go through those definitions, and the indicator should be always an alarm point, saying that not necessarily every child who is having low self-esteem means that he is abused at home. But in a sense, we should always be aware, because we, as educators, we can support the children through counseling, through emotional help and social skills. This is, you're not seeing properly, definitely, this is our recording form. As I said, if there is any suspected case, you need directly record and send it to the child protection officer and the deputy. It's very short and simple form where you give the detail of the child, what was said, and if a child, for example, visited the clinic or no, and you send the form. Once it is sent to the child protection officer, the CPO will do the job, will inform the executive principal and the head of school, and start the investigation by interviewing the child, and you might be interviewed as well to have a little bit of background about the child family and the normal life of the child. After that, by gathering all the information, a meeting will be held with the executive principal to discuss the next step. So there are 3 different ways that we can deal. If it's a severe case of child protection, we will directly contact the social police, such as, for example, let's say a sexual abuse. If it's a case that we feel as a school, we are capable to deal with the situation. And if contacting the parents will not harm the child, we will invite the parents for a meeting to discuss the details, and the child will be monitored for a term or so, will be given the support necessary to make sure that the child is feeling safe and secure. The third path can be that it is not a child protection case, where could be just an emotional or well-being issues that the child is not coping with the stress, so it will be dealt as the well-being department and the necessary actions will be taken. I want to mention that there is a UAE hotline, 116 for any case of abuse that you will see anywhere in your neighborhood, or if there is any issues that you would like to inform, and this hotline is always seen in our corridors, in our posters, to remind our families and kids that they do have a UAE hotline to contact, 116 And also, we have a duty of care. Anyone in contact with child, from parents and teachers to doctors and nurses, can be held accountable for causing harm and is legally obliged to report cases of suspected abuse. The UAE has a central center for child protection based in Abu Dhabi, but each Emirates also, they have their own centers for supporting children and parents as well. In Iraq, as I said, we directly work with the social police. We contact them for such a matter, and of course, if it's a severe case, the Ministry of Education will be aware, our Board of Governors, they will be aware, and definitely Child Protection Center as well, the social police. The second part is well-being and counseling. RAC Academy endeavors to be caring community which promotes to the best of its ability the personal, physical, and intellectual development of its students. Our mission is really clear regarding this. Our mission is to establish and maintain an academy that creates a balanced lifestyle and well-being for all stakeholders, to build a professional and safe environment where there is a positive rapport between students, staff, and parents, by continuously providing bespoke support, training, guidance, and counseling that secures positive outcomes. We ensure that the well-being principles are adhered to while simultaneously improving the learning experiences of all involved. We believe it is vital that students develop personal management and social skills while concurrently enhancing and enriching their academic knowledge and skills. Provide wholesome opportunities in a non-threatening, safe environment for all to confidently express their feelings and concerns. We endeavor to raise awareness about the rights and responsibilities of students, staff, and parents in identifying and responding to possible well-being and safeguarding concerns. Yes, we have a duty to care about our students' well-being, but before that, you have a duty of care towards yourself, towards your well-being, and to make sure to create a balanced well-being and a balanced lifestyle. If you are not feeling okay, you will not create that safe environment to the students. So self-care is really important. You need to make sure, as I said earlier, that you are enjoying your life. Everyone has a lot of workload, but the most important is to be able to manage our daily routine, to have strategies to cope, and always seek advice and help when needed. This is really important. We are the projectors in our classrooms. So if you are not feeling happy and if you are not feeling okay, children will feel this. So to create the safe and happy environment, we need to be happy. During the COVID-19, RAC Academy created clear guidelines and started to develop the Academy well-being policy to maintain and protect a balanced well-being for all stakeholders. We believe that the pastoral care is the most important provision in a school, and we also believe students cannot learn to the best of their abilities if their pastoral needs are not met. Therefore, different strategies and provisions are in place, such as counseling sessions, mindfulness activities, awareness programs, and focus program. We do have yearly awareness activities and theme of the month. We always work from the approach of positive psychology. So we teach our kids life skills and strategies to cope with their stress, and definitely the theme of the month and the activities will be shared with you. As I said, we do have responsibility all together to work and create a safe and happy environment. The last part is about e-safety and cybersecurity policy. Online and e-safety is an integral part of our Academy's safeguarding practice. E-safety is a whole Academy issue, not just the responsibility of the ICT coordinator. Keeping young people safe online is part of everyone's job. RAC Academy e-safety and cybersecurity policy provides guidance and directions on e-safety and cybersecurity for stakeholders, both inside and outside the Academy. As I said, it is posted on our school website, and normally during the e-safety Awareness Week, we shared again the policy with parents, and we remind our students about the rules. Due to developing and complicated nature of online issues, the e-safety and cybersecurity policy issue uses other specific policy frameworks in order to strengthen the Academy's approach. We use the child protection and safeguarding policy, anti-bullying policy, primary and secondary behavior to achieve policies, and distance learning policy. Inside and outside the Academy and during periods of distance learning, there is a very strict monitoring and application of the e-safety and cybersecurity policy, and a differentiated and appropriate range of sanctions. All members and its wider community are encouraged to be vigilant in reporting issues, in the confidence that issues will be dealt with quickly and sensitively through the Academy's escalation process. And the message that you need to share with the students is that they need to come and report if they are feeling that there is a case of cyber bullying issues or any matters. They need to feel safe, and they need to be sure that we are the trusted adult here at school to report any matter. E-safety and cyber security policy, how you can manage your professional reputation and securing your content at home, in classroom, and at the academy. And as Graham said previously when I finished my first part presentation, it is really important what you are writing on social media. And one very simple task that I will give it to you is that once you go home, just Google yourself and review online content which relates to you and take steps to secure or remove any private or unwanted content. As we said, we are a very close community. Sometimes what are normal and okay in your home country might be culturally inappropriate for this country. So be aware what are you posting on your social media. The other point I will say, choose profile pictures wisely. Even you have proper private settings for your social media, but also your profile pictures will be seen by others. So even with a private account, the profile picture is usually visible. So think carefully about what you share and what it might say and reveal about you. Another point to think about is act according to the Academy policy. The Academy policy, we have really important part that you need to take sure that you are applying. The Academy has policy about anything which can cause harm or distress to others or bring the name of the Academy into disrepute, including content shared out of school hours. So be mindful while you are commenting on social media and make sure that it is appropriate. The best way to do is think before you post. Be mindful of how pupils, parents, and employers may view you and your online content. So you need to be very careful to be respectful about all the cultural points that we shared previously. As I said, privacy settings is really important, and in our code of conduct already it is mentioned that you are not allowed to accept a friend request from a student. So, and even some from parents as well. Please bear in mind, and bear in mind also what you are posting and be mindful. PIN, passcode of your devices or strong passwords. Definitely always it is advisable that you have a strong password and you are changing it from time to time. Make sure that you are logging out when you are leaving a device to make sure all the data are secured. While you are in the classroom, there are a few points that you need to take in consideration as well. In a sense that guide pupils to appropriate sites. You may consider selecting sites for your younger pupils or discussing with elders what content they may be looking for when carrying out an online search. It is also really important to model a good behavior. Always remind the kids about the safety, online safety rules, and definitely you need to create also your classroom safety rules. We do have etiquettes for online learning that always it is shared during the Google Meet online sessions. Your role will be always to remind the kids about their duties, their role, and about the policy. give advice on routes to get help if the child is having some cybersecurity issues. It is really important to check online the content first before asking students to go and do a search about a particular subject. As I said, online safety messages should be embedded in all areas of the curriculum, as many subjects now frequently use technology or ask pupils to conduct online searches. Ensure pupils are reminded of online safety messages whenever using technology and the internet. Regarding the personal devices, there is one important rule. Our students are not allowed to use their mobile phones in our school or in their classroom. They can use other devices, but not their mobile phones. While you are in the academy, there are few points also that you need to take in consideration. First, avoid sharing your personal details. It is a part of the code of conduct as well. You are not allowed to give your personal mobile number to the students or the parents. If you have to communicate with the students, you need to use the school email, your school email address, and not your personal email address as well. Always, we recommend that you will ask the students to use the school devices, but in case they will bring their own devices, make sure that they know the rules, and because our devices are filters, so appropriate sites only children can open. Obtain consent. Always, already, as a rule, we have a consent from parents regarding sharing the students' photos on our social media. But always, it will be better if you are doing a project and you would like to share this on the school social media, always to take a consent again. Share the photo with the child and make sure that it will not embarrass him or he will not be upset if their photo is on our school social media. Saying that, you are not allowed to share your students' photos on your social media account. As I said, always go and check with the students, because in some events, not all images that you took will be appropriate. For example, while swimming or in any physical activities, it will be better if you will double check with the student. What to do if you are a target of cyberbullying? My advice will be, don't respond, report, keep the evidence, and seek advice. As I mentioned earlier, we have staff etiquette for online teaching, and we have student etiquette for online learning. Those posters, always, we used to put them on our Google Classrooms. We will do the same during, especially the first term as well. Again, the message from this presentation is to make sure that you are aware that we have, as a family, we have a big duty and role to create a safe environment, whether online or physical, to our students. We need to create a balanced well-being to ourselves and all the stakeholders. If you need any help, I'm here, shout out, and you will see me around. I have an office in secondary, and I have another office in the primary campus here in Khuzam, but you will see me also in BSR and in BSH. We are here as a team to help each other. We are one family. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning all. I am Pradap Devnath. I am the IT supervisor in RAC Academy. I am dealing with all kind of IT related things. So let's see about our IT department. IT department deals with hardware, software, networking, security, messaging like SMS, emails, this kind of things. Our mission is provision and maintaining IT infrastructure inside academy to giving IT needs for the students, staffs, and parents. Next is our IT department is ensuring the security and integrity of IT infrastructure inside the school, and define the policies and procedures will be following in a proper way. Hardware infrastructure. So as you know that our school is a big school, around 656 staffs and 3,100 students. We are taking care of all the IT needs of the students and teachers. We maintain 37 servers, 1,100 desktops, all over around 3,200 devices for the 5 schools, including telephones, interactive whiteboards, projectors. And internet and surveillance. We have Wi-Fi campus, so the whole campus, including the indoor and outdoor, is with the Wi-Fi access. So we have around 250 wireless access points, which is installed in the 5 schools. And we have around 2,500 Mbps speed internet lines in the Kuzam campus. It's like 500 Mbps speed internet lines, and 1,000 Mbps speed in BSH, and I mean BSH is British School Alhambra, and BSR is British School Al Rams. And our 3 schools in Kuzam campus is connected with optic fiber cable. So these 3 schools in the Kuzam campus is connected in a single LAN. And we state-of-art firewall to protect our network. In terms of firewall, we are using 2 different brands of firewalls. One is Fortinet firewall, which takes care of the LAN network. And next is Smoothwall firewall, which take care of the Wi-Fi access, internet access for the Wi-Fi network. So the Smoothwall firewall is doing another one work, which is a connection between the Alhambra and Al-Ram schools using VPN tunneling through the firewall. So all the 5 schools are interlinked as a branch and main office set up like banks, how they are using the branches and all. So all the 5 schools are connected in a single LAN using the VPN tunneling. Our facilities are surveillance using around 548 CCTV cameras. So indoor and outdoor are surveillance using the CCTV cameras. So total 30 days footage has been recording in our servers. So if you want to see any incident happen in your school, in your classrooms, or there is no CCTV camera inside the classroom, in the corridors or outdoors and all, so you can get approval from the head of school, and you can see we are ready to show you the things. But these footages are not shared with students or parents. You can directly see that, that's it. About our team structure. Dr. Rashid Iqbal is the Chief Technology Officer. He leads our team. I am not allowed to call them in the stage. I just ask them to stand and show. Dr. Rashid Iqbal. He's Dr. Rashid Iqbal, and he leads our IT team, and I am reporting to him. And our IT teams are working in the backstage. I just tell their name, you can see them. So the administrators, in each school, we have an IT administrator who will be working in each schools, and as per the size of the school, we have technicians. In international primary school and international secondary school, in British School of Kuzam, have technicians working under the IT administrators. So I just want to show British School Kuzam. Shaju Varkis is working at the backstage, and Prithvi, he is working for IT administrator in ISK school. And Hisham, he is working for the British school, Alhambra. And Saukadali is not available here now. Roles and responsibility. I'm IT supervisor, as I mentioned you before. I'm Pradap Devnath. I'm taking care of all the IT related things. I'm in charge for IT staffs, IT assets like servers, desktops, network security, and any data kind of security. If anything goes wrong, internet is not working, or your desktop, any issues or something, I am responsible for that. And as I mentioned you, the administrator who is working for each schools, if any kinds of desktop issues or any kinds of password problem, login problem or anything, you can contact them. They are ready to support you. And the technicians in each, IPK, I mean International Primary School and British School Kuzam, they will be coming to your classrooms to do the hardware checkup and these kinds of things. So we have a group policy set in our server that any staffs cannot be install any of the application in your desktops or laptop, or you cannot remove anything in the desktop. So if you want any application, any softwares to be installed in your desktop, you have to tell them, the technicians, they will be testing in their test center. If it is passed, and they are ready to install that in your PCs. As per the approval, you want to get the approval from the head before that. And we have two software professionals who are working in the ISK school. So they are working for the support for the software which are used inside the school. For example, the Horizon system, it is a ERP system which is used for the finance and accounts, procurement, this kind of department are used in this Horizon system. They are supporting for that. And G Suite, you have any problem in G Suite, add, edit, or reset password, any kind of things, they'll be ready to help you. And regarding the ESS, employee self-service, I just want to tell about that. It is a self-service software which is a web-based. You can use it anywhere, inside school or outside school. It is used for request any kind of request like any maintenance request, IT help desk, certificate request, leave request, all these kind of things take care of diseases. You can log in and you can register on that. I just want to tell about your credentials. Many people has already get your email IDs and credential which is used inside the school. Many people doesn't get. There is a display over there with their school names, and a sealed envelope is there. So just to find out your names, in the sealed envelope, your name will be pasted there. So just to find your names and take the credentials. Biometric system. I just want to explain about the biometric system which is used inside the school. In all the schools, in the reception, we have a biometrics machine which is installed in all the receptions. So whenever you enter the school in the morning, you have to swipe. This is the lanyard which is given, which we will be getting next week. So you have to swipe in, and when you are going out of the school, you have to swipe out. So these swipe in and swipe out carries out your attendance. So in between, if you are going in between, you want to go somewhere outside, you have to swipe out and go outside, and when you come back, swipe in and come in. So at the end of the day, first in and the last out will be carried out for calculated for the your attendance. And all the 5 schools are interconnected. So once you can swipe in and out any of the schools. So the total persons first in and last out will be carried out. This is the contact of myself. You can contact any kind of general support or anything. You can contact me in my email ID and my mobile number. We have mentioned the email ID and the contact number of all the administrators in each school. You can contact them for any kind of issues. So as I mentioned, our IT framework is we deal with hardware, software, procedures, operating systems, database, hardware, medium, and this kind of things. Next, we'll talk about the password policy. So each staff and students is given by one or more email ID and passwords. So that is your responsibility to take care of your passwords. So once you log in the first time, please change your password immediately, and please keep your password with a complexity. So it's like a strong password with a symbol, uppercase, a lowercase, and should be 8 characters and more. Just in this password policy, I just want to tell an incident which happened in our school. So one of the staff drive from home to our school. She logged in her desktop and found one pop-up coming in that mentioning you get a fine of 2,000 dirhams while we are driving. So she thought that it was true. She was coming from home to school with the car, and how come it's a fine? So, and one more pop-up came that within half an hour, if you not paid the fine, it will be doubled. So she get confused, but there is no time to check with others. So she just paid using the credit card. After paying only, she find out that it was hacked. Her credit card is hacked, and she got around 5,000 dirhams they had credited. So I just want to explain why I'm telling this is you have to be careful, because nowadays, as you know that all the activities, I mean purchasing or teaching and learning, everything coming through online now. So there are many number of hackers who's coming to in the networking to steal your data. So be careful before clicking any items like that. Emails. Actually, we are providing 2 different kinds of emails. One is Office 365. And one is G Suite. So Office 365 is for collaboration and communication between the staffs. So sharing any kind of things, we are using OneDrive, and you can share anything with your colleagues. And the G Suite is for the collaboration and communication with the students. So for the students teaching and learning, we are using Google Classroom, which is a part of G Suite. And software framework, Google Meet and Microsoft Teams we are using for the video and audio conferencing and stuff things. So Microsoft Teams, your video conferencing for collaboration between the staffs. If you have any meeting with face-to-face meeting with the staffs, you can use Microsoft Teams and Microsoft Meet for the students. ISAMS. So ISAMS is the school management system. So in another session you have how to use the ISAMS and all. It takes care of the student details and student management system. So the attendance, reporting and behavior management system, these all ISAMS take care of. Blue Sky is the performance management. And the Horizon is a system already I explained to you. It's related to the request things, and this project is underway to move to Microsoft Dynamics. Within 1 or couple of years, we'll be moving this Horizon ESS to Microsoft Dynamics. Be careful and safe. This is an important part. So the thing is, as I mentioned you, there are many hackers coming in the network to steal your data. So before clicking any kind of data, I mean any kind of attachment sent by an unknown person, be careful that it is a genuine one. So if you are getting any document or Excel file, that doesn't matter. But if it is an exe file or any zip file, you have to make sure, think before clicking that attachment. At the same time, if anybody is sending you a link in the mail, for example, if they are sending a mail, your password is expired within 1 hour, please click the below link to change your password, because Microsoft never change like this message to the users to change the password using the link. So these kind of things you have to be careful. And if you think any kind of email is legitimate or not, please send it to it@rackacademy.org. I will be getting this mail, and I will be checking whether it is a genuine mail or not. So now, see the hackers, what they will be doing now is, they are using a sophisticated tools to change the email ID like yourself. Even I will be getting an email from myself, but that's not from me. So these kind of things also they are finding different kinds of tools to change their own email ID and send it to the people. So if you get a mail from a known person also, if there is a link or any attachment which is any doubtful, please think before clicking that, or you can send it to me. I will be checking for that. Thank you so much. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. You've been very patient. If every cloud has a silver lining, and I think it would be fair to say that technology is the silver lining, really, that's come out of this crisis that we've gone through. I was just talking to Rashid about the fact that I think if we came a year ago and we're here in this school compared to this year in terms of technology, online learning, virtual classrooms, come a huge way, and I think that's probably true across the globe. So technology is an area that's going to play an increasingly important role in RAC Academy moving forward. So I'm going to keep it moving pretty quickly. You've been very patient. I did promise I'd give you a little bit of background about myself, so I will do that. You may have guessed I'm from New Zealand. Every vowel sounds the same. I've also had global headship roles in different parts of the world. And I have also actually worked outside of education from time to time in my career. I worked for Apple Computer twice, 2 different times. That was interesting. And I also ran my own business in the coffee industry. I built a fleet of espresso mobile vans that went to events and workplaces, and then I sold that as a New Zealand franchise. But I was always drawn back to education, partly because I'm a teacher at heart, that's my passion, partly because for my family the idea of a global lifestyle of international education and a global perspective for my boys was important. That's my oldest son in the middle. Of course, he's much bigger now. He's 25 years old and has just qualified as a pilot, and timing's everything, isn't it? Pilots. Hard to get a job as a pilot at the moment, but the world will change again. This was in Papua New Guinea. Great little thing, bare feet. Bare feet was the school uniform, because there was so much mud around. You have to have bare feet, wipe your feet when you came into the class. So I have been in the Gulf region for 15 years in headship, running various schools, most recently in Dubai, where I started a new school from scratch, sand on the ground, built into a secondary school as well, and that's grown and developed now. And here I am at RAC Academy as executive principal. So one of the key things for me, the strengths of international education, is that it develops, and for my own children, this was important to me, it develops a global outlook, it develops respect and tolerance. Your students are mixing with students from all different cultures, all different parts of the world, and they develop a perspective that's global in outlook and tolerant of others and respectful. International schools have a high aspiration and high expectation, which is another really important aspect of an international education, good international schools. I'm going to talk a little bit more about aspiration shortly for you. And of course the idea that you develop friendships. So for instance, my boys now have friendships of all different, from all different countries around the world. They visit them. They have a global network, which is a good thing in the modern world. And I think it gives them opportunities and broadens their horizons. So being an international student is a very positive thing and a beneficial thing moving forward. When I then thought about what is it for teachers, and I actually realized that many of the benefits for students are the same when you teach internationally. So yes, you develop more of a global outlook. You are working with colleagues who come from all over the world that you might not be working with if you were still in your home country. You have, as teachers, we have high aspiration, and that's shared in our community for our students. You develop friendships, and I know that I have friendships that I developed over, I didn't think how many years of international work, that are lifelong and very strong because you've been overseas together, if you like, expats together, and that's a special bond. So you will develop that, and you have new perspectives and opportunities. But I also thought that in terms of teaching, in terms of educational career, it's another step in career progression. Sometimes in our home countries, to a greater or lesser extent, you can be held by, you must have so many years of this before you can progress to this, and you have... That tends to go away in international education to a large extent. You can really accelerate your career progression. One of the things that I know in RAC that we are looking for is succession planning, talent identification, people who want to move up quickly with their careers. We're looking closely at that, and we'll help people to achieve those. And obviously you get to work with international students that are interesting and from a wide range of backgrounds, and you have a fascinating group of colleagues, as you can see from this room. So, I just want to talk a little bit about the process that RAC Academy has been through and is going through, and looking to the future. The last 2 years, well, I wasn't here, but I've done a lot of research and talked to many people. Part of my transition process was talking a lot with the outgoing executive principal. It was also to have meetings with all of the heads of school, all of the deputies, in fact, all of the assistant heads, just to get a feel for the school and their views and where it's moving to. So over the last 2 years, there's been a strong focus on school improvement. It would be reasonably fair to say that prior to that, the school struggled in terms of outcomes, measurable data in terms of the quality of outcomes that were being presented for students, but there's been a sea change, and we are now in the process of a strong school improvement process. To the extent that there is a group of colleagues that you will hear from shortly called the School Improvement Partners. They cover various areas of school improvement. They sit slightly outside of the regular structure in terms of hierarchical structures, but they have a big impact on quality assurance processes and school improvement processes across all areas running through the whole academy. There's been a big focus on being able to properly track attainment and progress data, to evidence learning, building all of those systems and processes in place. And in fact, even there's been the assistant heads, there are assistant heads that work in schools that also work in those actual school improvement strands specifically. Performance management systems have been built and embedded and developed. So a teaching and learning focus has become part of what the school does, the academy. And then also from academy-wide, such a big group of schools, so many students, so many staff, the concept of bringing things together in terms of policy, structuring them, giving consistency across the academy has been a focus in the last 2 years. And of course, developing lines of accountability and processes to support that. So, there are some key areas of continuation. All of those areas I talked about will continue, and you will hear shortly from each of those school improvement partners about their area of development and how that will impact you across the academy. But it's worth noticing that there are particular areas of focus for this year coming out of that. We need to focus on Arabic and Islamic, teaching and learning and outcomes. There is a UAE unified inspection framework that exists here, and it is the framework by which all schools are inspected, measured and graded. Now, to a greater or lesser extent through the UAE, that's a key element of process. It's going to increasingly become important for us. It is a very rigorous framework. It's built on best practice from around the world, and I've seen many inspection frameworks from many different organizations and countries. This is the best I have seen. It is rigorous, and it is focused around outcomes and aspiration and high attainment. So in terms of the core curriculum that is measured when the inspectors come in, the inspection teams, they will look at English, maths, science, as you would expect, but there are 3 other subjects that are considered core: Arabic, Islamic, and the UAE Social Studies program. So you get an understanding of how important those 3 areas are that to some extent in some schools are forgotten and just left to carry on. They are 50% of our core subjects upon which our academy will be measured, so they're crucial. We're going to focus a lot on that. Excuse me. We're going to develop supporting holistic approaches to teacher development. So there's an element of process for appraisal that's been built into the system. We'd like to broaden that and seek input from teachers in terms of their own development, and looking at the curriculum they're delivering as well, and what elements of continual improvement we can help teachers with there. Building structures to further enhance school self-assessment. We need to become increasingly good at self-assessment and self-improvement. It's the nature of a high-quality school. We can identify our needs and we can do something about those. And something we will focus on a lot this year, which will link to something else later I'll talk about, which is enhanced stakeholder involvement. We're going to do a lot of planning ahead and involve you and all other stakeholders in developing the school. So we are going to develop a 3-year strategic plan for the whole academy. We're going to look for full involvement of all staff, academic, non-academic, parents, teachers, the board, and it's going to be a comprehensive plan that will lay out a pathway for us over the next 3 years. We're going to have a time frame to push the button on that, have it complete and ready to go in January 2021, so we will build that across the term. We're going to have a very structured approach with milestones built in across the 3 years. And part of that will be you helping us to redefine and redevelop the vision, the mission, and the values of the whole academy and how it relates to your school and to you. This is an opportunity, quite an exciting opportunity, to help develop a pathway for our academy across the next 3 years. So we'll be looking for your involvement in that. These are the areas that we will ultimately be developing our plan on. So we'll be looking at student success, leadership, teaching and learning, buildings and facilities, community relationships, support systems governance, and financial stability. We'll be pulling apart the mission and the vision, and all of this will help us to ensure that we can effectively manage change across our academy. Now, I thought just some very simple examples to give you a feel for how we might develop this, what sort of input we might be looking for. So let's pull out student success, for instance, point 1. So maybe we will look at learner pathways. So for instance, what does the curriculum look like for our students? We're going to pull that apart and think about our learners. What do we want them to have in terms of curriculum? Are there learning pathways available for different learners through our school? Are there new opportunities? This is a chance for all of our colleagues to input. And what is the role of technology? And the role of technology will be a recurring theme throughout all of this. How should we modify curriculum to meet needs? Some examples of some of the things that we would be looking at in that area. Some more examples, we might say, how will we measure learner progress in our academy schools? Do we have a way of collecting evidence and sharing that? How do we want to report that to parents and to students? We're going to look at technologies and software that allow us to do that in an efficient way. And again, that question, how does technology fit into that to allow us to be as efficient as possible? So, just a brief thing on the family approach. The family approach is built on a team ethos. What you might sort of call quite a flat structure. I like my schools and my academies to operate on a flat structure. I like input from people. I like to feel that we can work organically rather than always hierarchically to move things forward, and I think that's what good modern organizations do. I think the idea that we support each other, we support colleagues, we work as a team is crucial if we're to be successful moving forward. And you have seen a lot about well-being. That's an important aspect, particularly the way the world is now, but that is going to become more of a core aspect of our school moving forward. And finally, just focusing on safe and healthy environments. As you can see, that's crucially important. So finally, this is the last time that you'll hear from me for today. Thank you for your attendance and your patience. Welcome to the RAC Academy family, and I look forward to working closely with all of you. I am going to hand over now, I believe, to Dr. Rashid. Dr. Rashid, come on up. So Dr. Rush is going to talk a little bit about the school improvement department that I mentioned earlier and the functions within that.
Hello, everyone. I don't know if you are still awake or not, but if you are awake, you must be thinking about accommodation and other things, not we are presenting you here. Is that right? Thank you, Pradap. So, the very fact that you are here, I think that you are explorers because you left comfort zone of your home countries, you ventured in a new world. I know that many of you are already working internationally, but that one thing I want to say that you are different people compared to people that you left behind home. This is a very, very different characteristic. And this characteristic actually not new. You know that about 1,000 centuries ago, humanity was, or Homo sapiens, they were only in Horn of Africa, and then they spread all around the globe. So that is what Homo sapien or human being are, explorers, and that's what you are as well. Well, I count myself as one of them. So welcome to Rock Academy and welcome to Ras Al Khaimah. I did not plan to introduce myself, but I'm inspired by other introductions, so I thought I will talk briefly about myself. As you know, my name is Rashid. I report to Graham, the executive principal. I help in a few areas. One is the IT, as Pradap mentioned. I also I'm leading school improvement function, and that is really what we are going to talk about today in this brief presentation. And I also help in computing and computer science curriculum. And finally, I also teach some after-school clubs, mostly in computer science, artificial intelligence. So I am a teacher, but not like you. You are qualified teachers, and you have a lot of teaching experience. I've been teaching since I was in high school, but never full-time. Before coming to UAE about 2 years ago, and in Rock Academy, we lived in California for about 20 years. I was born and raised in Pakistan, but California is a place where I spent most of my life. I also lived in the UK for a few years when I was doing my PhD from University of Sheffield, and I lived briefly in Switzerland and in Czech Republic. So really, when I see that what I learned and what I gained from being out of where I was born, it's immense. And that's why I'm really impressed that you all are here, because you are explorers. When you get out of your homes, you learn how different people in the world think. Well, watching movies is okay, visiting places is okay, but you don't get to know people and places until you really get there. So, my area of expertise is not teaching, but I've been teaching mostly in graduate education. I actually teach even now. I teach at Anderson School of Management at UCLA. I teach a master class even now. My course is going to be happening in October. My area is analytics, business analytics, specifically actually, if you are familiar with emotion analysis or emotion analytics and natural language understanding. So my area of interest is really how machine can understand what you mean when you are talking. So it's that side of things which I'm very much interested in. I was talking about after-school club in Rock Academy. Amazing kids, amazing kids. Currently, I am teaching content in a summer club, which is normally taught to late year in 4-year degree or even in masters. And these kids are great. They are very keen to learn. I'm really, really impressed. And of course, when you move out of your comfort zone, you find things are different compared to how they were, where you were before or back home. And that's going to be the case here as well. Okay. So you probably have been introduced to Rock Academy quite a bit already. You know, this school started about 45 years ago. One thing I wanted to mention that Rock Academy is a not-for-profit organization. It started by a small community of British and Norwegian expats, and it was not-for-profit. Later, it was held by Rock government and administered by Rock government, but not-for-profit status continued. You may have noticed that Rock Academy is a big organization, but it is a not-for-profit organization. Okay, so school improvement. First of all, you may be thinking that, well, you have not taught in schools, you have not been a manager in school, and how you are going to lead school improvement department? I really don't know myself. So, if you look at Rock Academy grew very fast in early years. But what happened, as it happens with many of the organizations, that the number of enrollments and number of students, that was so fast that organizational structure that is often needed, that could not keep pace up with the growth. And in the academic year 2017 and 2018, the management looked at the situation, and it was agreed that we need school improvement. Many of you that are familiar with school improvement, you know that typically in the UK and in many other countries as well, school improvement are offered consultants. They are not part of the organization. But here in Rock Academy, it is different. We have a school improvement team, and the school improvement team's goal is to improve the school, right? It's easy. So I'm going to talk about different areas that are part of school improvement, and my colleagues that are part of school improvement team, they are going to present right after this brief presentation. So these are 4 pillars. So the goal of school improvement is really to build the organization. So if you look at these pillars, they are not really enduring pillars. The goal of a school improvement partner, that's what we call them, is to define, implement, and embed, and then disappear themselves. So school improvement partners, they are change managers. They actually embed the change, and then they make their job redundant. So that's very, very different compared to other jobs that we have in school. So they are pillars. They are shown here as pillars, but they are not enduring pillars. They fizzle out. They should fizzle out because school improvement or the processes and systems, they should be embedded as part of the organization. And that is what our goal. Not to say that people will not have job next year, but the goal is to embed everything as part of the organization. So you see these 4 pillars here, and one of each pillars is run by one school improvement partner. So standards, as Graham mentioned, that we are under Ministry of Education in UAE. and we follow the inspection framework. So standards is concerned with accreditation and inspection, and Phil is going to talk about this a little later. In addition to inspection and accreditation, appraisal is a big area. Now, I know that teachers are not very fond of appraisal, but really, you all know that if we cannot measure something, we cannot control it. If you cannot measure yourself, you cannot control what areas you need to improve. And this is what appraisal is all about. We want our teachers to enable themselves to learn what are the areas that they need to improve on. And of course, appraisal is nothing new for you. All of you have been doing this. So appraisal is the other part of standards. There are two areas that are of key focus, and I think that Graham in his presentation alluded to that. And they are curriculum. So one area that is of high priority is curriculum for Phil to in this pillar, and then the other is assessment. Well, we have curriculum, we have assessment, but there are many areas, there are many things that we need to improve. We want to make sure that whatever we are doing in the academy, that is in line with the best in the world. Then we have student provision. This is a strange name. Sean, he was going to talk about that. But really, this is about inclusion. So, special needs, gifted and talented, and English as additional language, or EAL. So this is under student provision. When we look at these three compartments, EAL, special needs, and gifted and talented, this is not how it is meant to be. Basically, what we want to do is we want to enable every child to access the curriculum. So the label that this is a special need and this is gifted and talented, we would need to see that how we really address these labels. Because you don't want, when you label someone as gifted and talented, it's sending a message to others that you are not gifted and talented. I don't believe that. I think everyone and each of us is gifted and talented. They just need different ways to motivate them. And that is our goal, and that is our hope. By the way, Phil has been in school, in Ra Academy for a few years, but three other school improvement partners, they are new entries. And I really want to thank them because they are willing to present how we are going to do in these areas at Ra Academy, although they are new. Then we have digital transformation. And I know that you all have seen what this COVID-19 thing has done to us and still doing. Isn't it amazing that this small virus with a very small genome, so if you look at living organisms, their complexity is measured by size of their genome. And there is a term that is called kilobases. So COVID-19 virus is 30 kilobases, while human genome is 3 million kilobases. So this is the difference of complexity of these genes, but what it is doing to us. So there are many, of course, there are deaths, there is disease, there is suffering, but the virus has transformed us significantly in digital transformation area. Last academic year in term 2, we started a pilot where we gave Chromebooks to our students, and we introduced Google Classroom. And then we thought, well, in 2 years, we are going to roll this out to, 2 to 3 years, we are going to roll this out to everyone, to all students. Well, now we are rolling out Google Chromebooks to and technology to everyone. How this happened? Now we know how that happened. It was COVID-19. So My friend Gideon, who is sitting there, he's going to present about digital transformation. But digital transformation is a key area for us moving forward. We were a little late already, but COVID-19 has actually pushed us forward in this direction. Again, in Gideon's remit, there are many areas. It does include cross-curricular integration, innovation, how we want to make our students more innovative and more creative. So all of school improvement partners, they have big remit. All right, data management. Data is very, very important. Of course, we need to know how our students are doing. We need to know what we can do to help them, what type of intervention we need. So we had this function of data management, but it's recently that digital data management is moved under school improvement. Christina, she's going to present a little later today about data management. So her area is not only ISAMs and timetabling, but also defining data processes in the organization, how different data flow, where it originates, where it should be stored. When you start your work, you might see that some of the things, they are not as structured as they should be, especially for this size of school, but that's the goal, that we want to define and mature all the data processes. So this is a brief introduction about school improvement. I'm sure that in their presentation, you would see that they would be able to provide more details, but of course, one thing I want to say, that school improvement, we are not proctors, we are not monitors. We are here to help you, and we are here to build the organization. This is the org chart, but as Graham mentioned, we really don't believe in hierarchical organization. School improvement partners, they are going to work across with all heads of school, with senior leadership, with all of you, with principal, and so on. So there are two members of the school improvement team that are not going to be here today. I thought that I would be able to bring them in, but because of social distancing, we thought that let's keep attendance of this session as minimum as possible. So Riz is going to work with Christina. He has been with the Academy for a few years, but it's only last year that he came in the data management function. And then Haneen is going to keep all of us organized. So we are a team of 7 people, and 3 of them are new. So school improvement, at least in the current form, is relatively new. When we started school improvement a few years ago, actually 3 years ago, well, formally 2 years, we had 3 school improvement partners: standards, transition, and development. Now, most of the areas, they have now been taken over by Phil. So Phil has a big portfolio, but everyone else, they also have big portfolio. They would be very busy people, I can guarantee you that. Of course, you will get this slide deck, and you would have our contacts in case you need to get in touch with us. I wanted to do a demo as well, but I thought that we would have computing facilities where I can sit here and demo you, where you can find information, but you will hear from us. You'll get some documents in next few days where you would be able to see where you can go, where you can log in, and then find information about school improvement department. Thank you very much. I hope that you are still awake. I think that there are 3 more sessions. No, there are 4 more sessions to go. And I think that we are about an hour ahead of schedule, so look at the brighter side. It's just a little more pain. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. 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 My name is Gideon Williams. These are unparalleled times for schools and for education. We all share experiences, some good, some not so good, some Zoom. New words we've never heard of before. Synchronous, asynchronous, Zoom. Zoom was an ice lolly when I was growing up. That's the joke for the over 50s. And then we have words like remote learning and virtual learning. But my question to you is this: are these uncharted waters? I don't know what, there was a talk of a learning platform. I don't know what learning platform you may have used in your previous school. It could be Firefly, Google Classroom, Canvas, Moodle, It's Learning. Do you know when the first virtual learning environment came out? A date? Anyone? 2000? 97? Yeah? One more? I'm going horribly into teacher mode here. I'm really sorry. The answer is 1954. Do go and look it up. A gentleman called B.F. Skinner and his teaching and learning machine. So the question is, we are approaching nearly the 70th year of virtual, digital, machine-based learning, and yet for many of us, products like Google Classroom, like ClassDojo, like all these other things were suddenly very new. I'd like to take a little moment to publicly acknowledge and to thank my predecessor Eileen, as well as Rashid and Pradak and all the IT team for the astonishing work that they have done to RAC, to teachers here and to students in keeping the school running during the time of virtual learning. So again, my thanks to you people. Okay, so I learned what TLDR meant the other day as a not a millennial, a boomer. TLDR, too long don't read, too long do read. The first bullet point is basically the summary of digital learning. Sustainable, dynamic, creative, personalized, and innovative vision for digital learning. That is it. That is my role. That's what I need help in doing. How is that broken down? Well, those three areas there. How are we looking at digital learning in our day-to-day teaching and learning experiences? It's been remote recently. It's been distant. Yeah? It needs to be blended. That's the transformational element of digital learning. My last school, in the time that we were, I'm not going to say closed, when we were working remotely, we saved 150,000 euros on photocopying. Now, would any school go back to photocopying knowing that they could make £150,000 saving and use that somewhere else? Now, that's one element of a transformative nature of digital. Obviously, any sort of blended learning environment that we put in and any expectations that we place both on our staff and our students must be accompanied by training and support. This is not a, you will find it in that folder, off you go and try it. Okay? This is working together, sharing good practice, going through the things that don't work, the things that do work, getting support. Again, a huge part of my role. Assessment has been talked about, and that's a vitally important thing. I've been doing digital learning for a while, and one of the biggest challenges of digital learning is to provide evidence that digital learning has an impact on student progress? Well, maybe 6 months or 7 months, that would be part of my evidence. So we need to look at ways that we can actually show you and show our parent body and show our students that what they are doing in the transformative nature, what they've stopped doing and now using digital, is having an impact. And not just an impact at that time, but a progression through their teaching or through their learning career. And then finally, if we do it all, we'll become a Google school, which will be absolutely amazing. The only Google school in the UAE. So a little bit about me. Bald since 20. That's not great. But I'm a teacher. I'm a teacher at heart, like many teachers, and it was great to see today. I became a teacher when I stepped into a science classroom. His name was Peter Billinghurst, and I wanted to be him. That's what I wanted to do. What was I going to do? Well, it just so happened I was going to do physics. I failed my GCSE physics. Okay? I failed my A-level physics. That's going to look good on those transcripts that I've got to hand in. Okay? I got an okay degree. I got an okay degree. But for me, my passion and what I wanted to do was to be in the classroom and to support. And when I went to do my PGCE at York University, and I did a bit of work beforehand, obviously, because I might get asked questions about physics, and I was asked a question about a simple circuit, and it had some bulbs in it, and it had a meter in it. And Robin Cook was the person who was doing the interview. And he said to me, right, that ammeter reading reads 1 amp. What does that other ammeter reading read over there? And I thought, oh, I've done this. Did the work, it'll be 1 amp too, because it's a series circuit. And then he said something to me which has never left me, which is, and how do you explain that to an 11-year-old? And that's the thing that stayed with me for all of my teaching career. Yeah, I could learn all the knowledge I want, but not actually being able to apply it or to put it in a format, to put it in a way that's engaging, that actually helps students learn. So, my entire life, almost, I'm into my 30th year of teaching, has been in the classroom. This is the first time that I will be stepping out of the classroom, but hopefully not away from the classroom. I've been involved in digital learning since 2000. Again, here's some words for you that some people might remember. BECTA, harnessing learning technologies, laptops for teachers, learning platforms, Tesco vouchers. Tesco vouchers? Okay. Yeah. All of those are in my early days. And I challenge you to come up with an area that has more roller coaster bits to it than digital learning. 1 year it's on a massive high and we're all doing this and all these products are brought in. The next year we've stopped doing that. We go to something else. And that transformative nature of digital learning will smooth those bumps out. That's the bit that we go to, the bit with our development plan that we build on and we improve and we blend so it becomes part and parcel of what we do. I've been a director of e-learning. I don't like the word e-learning. Why did they put E in front of learning? Is it different from learning? And maybe that's half of the battle now with digital. But I've been a director of learning in 2 previous schools. I've put in place a number of one-to-one platforms and devices. I've taken out iPads. Sorry, Graham. I've put in Surface Pros. This will be the first time that I'll be working with Chromebooks. Hugely excited about the power of Chromebooks and online learning through Google. After 30 years, I reckon I can fix most IT problems. Pretty much most IT problems. Go to the device, turn it off, get your coffee, turn it back on again, okay? I am not an IT expert, okay? My work is with digital learning, supporting you and your students in the classroom. So, a lot of this has been covered before, so I'm not going to spend a great deal of time for it. G Suite is our standard platform, and Google Classrooms is our current learning management system. It is complemented by a whole range of other tools, and I hope, and in the course of the first few months here, to see how it is working and to see the range of tools that are being used, that are integrated with them, that work with them. Staff and students have Gmail accounts, and the whole process of setting up Google Classrooms will be explained to you as you go through. Student devices, thank you, Rashid, for this slide. So last year, the school did a trial on Chromebooks to students of grade 6. And by happenstance, not that you want any sort of global pandemic to kind of evaluate what you were doing, but it clearly had an impact and was beneficial to the learning that students are doing. This year, we will develop that one-to-one program to bring Chromebooks through grade 2 into grade 8. Right? Currently in grade 9 to grade 12, it's a bring your own device model for the senior school, and I appreciate that and would, to me too, sometimes brings me out in a cold sweat when I see a range of different devices in a classroom and I'm not quite sure what I will do. So I'm also very conscious of that, to look to see what that model is like, how it works, and how it works well with staff and supporting it. Help, support and training, absolutely critical for what we're doing. The school has very kindly offered to support staff through some certification through the Google Educator Level 1, and training will be put in place both remotely, face-to-face, and various other medium. And there's an opportunity for you to take part in that, and for your certification and your registration fees to be paid for by the school. Also, we're aware that so many staff within the school do have that sort of experience, and hopefully they will make themselves known to you within your department areas, your subject areas. The most important thing, but you, on my email address, you will have my email address and my contact details. And you will have access to a Calendly calendar where you can book me at any time you wish, at a time that suits you. If you would like me to come into the classroom, or if you'd like to do some group work or some support work or some virtual work too. Okay? It's about finding things that best suit you and help you in how you progress. I wanted just finally to talk a little bit about what I think about digital learning. John Hattie, who I think is a New Zealand academic, produced a series of research of a number of influences that impact learning. And I think there's over 200 of them. They're fantastic. And number one on that list is something called teacher efficacy. And basically the teacher is the most important person for learning. That is 3 times better than ICT. Okay? So please, 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 it's easy to imagine devices in classrooms as some sort of bizarre Doctor Who episode where kids are face down, rapidly typing into the device, teacher sort of standing there, and kids get on with it. That is not what it is. My kind of mantra, and you'll hear this from me before, is, all the time, is this: it is purpose first, device second, product second. So when I come to talk to you and when I discuss things with you, my first question is, what do you want to do in the classroom? It is not, here's this fantastic tool that we've just purchased, here's this software, get on and do it. Okay? The conversation I have with you is, what do you want to do? Yeah? Obviously, what do you want to make better? Because hopefully that's where I think digital learning can support you and improve things. It may change your mind on things. It may transform what you are doing. Yeah. It may enhance it. It is hugely important, though, that it meets your expectations. This is not about putting in a system and just saying, off you go. It's about guiding you through it, supporting you through it, and sharing it with everybody too. Technology is hugely challenging. We all know, don't we, as staff, that moment of slight panic and fear when the student knows slightly more than you. Yeah? How we address that and how we work with that, I guess, is something very important for technology. When we went for Surface Pros in my last school, the people that we asked about which device we should have were the students. We didn't ask the staff. We gave students 6 different devices and got them to trial it for 2 months. And we went on the basis of the one that they liked. We asked our staff as well in the end. But it was hugely important that we engage our students with this. And I'm sure you have seen over the last 2-3 months some astonishing work that students can be doing with digital technology. And I have to say, sometimes it's if we let them. Moving away from that digitizing of the worksheet, the PDFing of that, yeah, the synchronous focus on face-to-face 60-minute lessons, to offering project-based learning, working with groups, developing things like Minecraft and other things. Hugely exciting, hugely challenging. So I hope to see all of you at some stage during this year. Please do get in touch. As I said, this is the first time I'm stepping outside of the classroom. I'm hugely excited by this role and this opportunity and the opportunity of working with you. Thank you. Oh, it's break.
Thank you, Gideon. Just a small announcement before I let Phil start. Actually, a good news. Well, it depends how you look at it. So we are running way ahead of schedule. I've never seen this before. People always run late. So this is good news, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to continue the sessions. So after Phil's session, we only have 2 brief sessions, one by Sean and one by Christina, and then we'll go to lunch. The earlier plan was that we'll do lunch and then we'll start with this presentation. So little change in plan, but this will get you back to your places where you're staying or where you're living faster. Thank you. You can use the other one.
Good morning, everyone. I had planned to say good afternoon, but because I've been pushed forward before lunch, so I think it's still good morning. But similar to Rashid, I hadn't planned to do a huge introduction this morning, but I will introduce myself. So I'm Philip Lee, one of the school improvement partners, primarily looking after standards. Rashid gave you an overview of my role specifically. Before I start talking about what's on the PowerPoint presentation, essentially, within standards, I oversee appraisal, performance management at the Academy, CPD provisions, succession planning, which is obviously a core component of those CPD provisions, curriculum review, development, assessment, recording and reporting, and inspection and accreditation. So it's quite a wide portfolio. But probably by the nature of standards, hopefully everyone will smile. I mean, essentially my presentation is a little bit different to everybody else's. I'm just going to jump in at the deep end and just talk to you about some processes and frameworks that underpin the appraisal and CPD process here at the Academy. Don't panic. If you've got any questions, answer them. And essentially, when you go into your school-based induction from Monday, after your long weekend, the majority of this will be covered by your assistant heads. So you will have an assistant head for quality assurance, and you're going to have an assistant head for teaching and learning that will go into the more granular details that underpin these processes. Okay. So in relation to appraisal and CPD, okay, roles and responsibilities, obviously you have got myself there. I'm the school improvement partner for standards, and ultimately I'm accountable for leading the effective operation of the appraisal and target setting process for teaching staff and support staff here at the Academy. I lead the quality assurance processes across the Academy. They do have calendar deadlines and clearly defined parameters and outcomes, and I'll talk about them in more detail as we progress through the slides. Additionally, implementing a CPD framework for the development of academic staff across the Academy. So that's a core component of what I do. Now, essentially, that impacts each individual school. So within your individual schools, you're going to have your leadership teams, of course, that are led by your head of school, and then your hierarchical structure. Now, two core components there are the assistant head for teaching and for quality assurance. There's 5 of those within the Academy, so essentially you've got 1 each. Okay, and you've got an assistant head teacher for teaching and learning. At the moment there's 4 of those across the Academy. Anyone here in BSH? Anyone here from Al-Hamra? Okay, if you're not, essentially that teaching and learning post will be fulfilled at the moment by the deputy head within that school. Okay? But the quality assurance assistant head will then lead and manage the appraisal collaboratively and effectively. They'll work very closely with the assistant head for teaching and learning to monitor and evaluate the outcomes of the process, okay? And they will decide on the nature of interventions based on regular audits, and most importantly, a triangulation of all the teaching and learning data, okay? And the key word there is triangulation of all the data sets that come in through the processes, okay? Assistant head teacher for teaching and learning, responsible for developing teaching and learning approaches across your respective schools. They will ensure that all professional development is supported through a needs audit system that's underpinned by the appraisal process. So it is done based upon your individual needs, triangulated with obviously the school improvement processes that underpin what we're doing. They will nurture a whole school commitment to engage school-focused CPD. Has to be relevant to school improvement, but it has to be individual to your needs, your career progression, and obviously your aspirations as well. All right? So in terms of rationale and purpose, I think appraisal and CPD is ultimately underpinned by the core policies that sit within the Academy, okay? Through your school-based induction, those policies will be shared with you. And essentially, I'm giving you an overview. Now, there is a specific focus on our key priorities. We do use a data-driven approach to school improvement and evaluation processes, as Rashid introduced. The data is key and core to the process. We do look to continuously evaluate the quality of teaching and learning practices, whilst obviously identifying areas for development and support, and probably most importantly, identifying areas of good practice. Through the processes, we're looking to build an environment and culture of learning and sharing practice, and rest assured that all processes are subject to standardization, subject to moderation, cross-moderation within the Academy to ensure consistency. From Pradap, Rashid, very excited. This academic year will be the first year that we've brought Blue Sky in to manage our performance management and appraisal processes here. I'm delighted. An academy of 5 schools with over 350 staff is well needed. Very difficult to do under our previous model, so that is really important. Just a key note with Blue Sky, I didn't want to do it in advance of talking to you. You've all got Blue Sky accounts, okay? They do need to be activated. What I will do by the close of business today, I will send the activations. The problem with the activations is you need to activate your account within 24 hours. So that's why I've not done it until now. So if you see an email from Blue Sky, it will be an activation email. If you could, just activate your account, because your school-based induction is going to be hosted through Blue Sky. So you will need it. Don't panic if you don't, because I could just send it again, so let me know. But if you do see an activation from Blue Sky, if you could activate your account, that would be fantastic. So moving on to the annual appraisal cycle, I'm acutely aware you're probably not going to be able to see that particularly well. Before I start talking through the cycle, each component that I talk about, there is a slide that will follow that will give you a little bit more detail on it. Okay. But essentially, within the appraisal processes, the core to that are the continuous quality assurance processes that run within the academy that I'm sure you will all be familiar with, maybe in different versions, but you will all be familiar with those. Our CPD provisions, our learning walks, our work scrutinies, student tracking, student feedback, ECAs, and generic whole school contributions. So they are core to that appraisal cycle. In terms of appraisal activities, what you'll see, September, October, is the first lesson observation process. Okay? Following that lesson observation process, October, November, about towards the tail end of September as well, will be appraisal meeting number 1, which is the initial appraisal meeting where appraisal targets will be set. Of course, running parallel to that is the teacher development program. That is there for staff that are experiencing any difficulties within their teaching and learning. Teacher development program consists of a bespoke monitoring form supported by ongoing mentoring and coaching. Okay? That's only there if there are difficulties, and those difficulties are identified through the observation process, and that will be communicated to you as well. Moving into term 2, so February and March is the second observation cycle, so that's there. Okay, and followed after that, February, March, April, running towards the end of term 2 is your second appraisal meeting where you'll discuss your progress towards those initial appraisal targets. All right. Moving into term 3, so April, May, there is a third lesson observation process, which then feeds into June, where there is that final review, which is your third and final appraisal meeting, where you'll have a discussion again around your appraisal targets. Okay. And again, obviously running parallel to that is the teacher development program. So the formal lesson observations, I just want to sort of precede this with, we're very aware that we're going into an unprecedented situation, returning back to school, and there will be additional guidelines around teaching and learning that's going to be shared with obviously everybody here and all staff around teaching and learning expectations in the current situation. Okay, so rest assured. But term 1, term 3, formal lesson observations. I won't keep citing the terminology on the PowerPoint because it will just make me talk for longer, but essentially within the academy you've got secondary schools and primary schools. Middle leadership structures differ, so whether you've got heads of department in a secondary school, grade leader in a primary school, I think I'm just going to refer to them as middle leadership. Okay? So in term 1, your lesson observation will be done by 2 people, senior leadership team, which will primarily be your appraiser, supported by a middle leader. So there'll be 2 people in your lesson observation. And in term 3, that's just flipped round, where you've got your middle leader and your senior leader, but the lead observer will rotate. That's just to build capacity at middle leadership and obviously to involve more people in the process. Within those formal lesson observations, all staff receive 7 days notice of lesson observation. Of course, that's going to include the date, time, class, location, and who's completing that lesson observation. So you've got that 7 days in advance. Okay? Gives you an option to discuss your lesson plan with your middle leader. All right? And then prior to your lesson observation, lesson plans, seating plans, data, etc., is required to be submitted to your observers 24 hours in advance so they can get a clear overview of the teaching and learning process in the observation. Okay? A criteria-based observation form to be completed on Blue Sky. Previously, obviously, it wasn't. That criteria reference is graded. Okay, and it does range on a 5-point scale from exemplary to highly developed to developing and concerned. Okay, that will all be shared with you during school-based induction when your assistant heads for QA talk to you. So you will have all of the documentation and information that you need in relation to those criterias. After the lesson observations, observers will meet. They'll obviously discuss lesson observations, and then there will be a discussion between the lead observer and you as the teacher within 24 hours of your lesson observations. There it says written feedback, but essentially that feedback will occur through Blue Sky, and you will have that formalized, uploaded within the system within 5 days of your lesson observations. Of course, if concerns are raised, follow-up observations may be necessary. It's a process that's quite normal to all of us, okay? So moving into term 2, the observation process differs slightly to term 1 and term 3. They are done by your middle leadership team, okay? It's still a full observation, but it's specifically focused on the teaching and learning target from your initial appraisal meeting from term 1, okay? It's formative by nature. It's not using the criteria-based lesson observation, and feedback is given in the format essentially of what went well, even better if, in relation to that target. Different as well, the time, the date, the location, the class, all of that is arranged within your department. So between yourself and your middle leader who's essentially completing that lesson observation. Same opportunity to discuss your planning, same opportunity to discuss the focus of the lesson observation is there, and then the same processes occur after the lesson observation. So there will be a discussion between your middle leader and yourself within 24 hours, 5 days to upload it onto Blue Sky. Slightly different in term 2, more formative by nature and approach. So moving away from the lesson observations, going back to the center of that appraisal cycle is obviously those continuous quality assurance processes. 2 core components of those QA processes are obviously the learning walks and work scrutinies. So talking about learning walks first, completed twice per term. They're completed on a rotational basis by either your middle leader or whoever the senior leadership team responsible for your line management is. Okay? And essentially that's flipped within the term. So you'll get 1 from each. 1 from your middle leadership, 1 from your senior leadership. Okay? Now that's all structured within your school's academic calendar and quality assurance plan. So you will know when those processes are taking place, and you'll receive notification for transparency that all those processes are taking place. Okay? The learning walks, 10 to 15-minute class visits. They're formative by nature, developmental in approach. They are one indicator towards the progress of your teaching and learning target. Okay? Outside of the formal processes, of course, drop-ins are encouraged as part of the CPD provisions to share good practice and those types of things. In terms of work scrutinies, essentially it's exactly the same process. So twice per term, they're rotated between your middle leadership team, your senior leadership team as well. They're all calendared within your academic calendar and your quality assurance plan. They are informed by RAC Academy's feedback policies. So we do have a secondary school feedback policy, and there's a feedback policy for the collective primary schools, okay? And again, they will be shared with you over the process of the school-based induction. With the work scrutinies, they may be focused on predetermined priorities as identified through the school improvement data, okay? So they may be targeted, just for your information there, all right? Obviously, a core component of your appraisal process is your ability to self-reflect. So there is a self-reflection record. It's actually the first part of the process. So you will complete a self-reflection on Blue Sky. When you do that, that will be submitted to the assistant head for teaching and learning. She would disseminate that data to appropriate line managers, which will essentially feed into your CPD provisions, your CPD schedule, and obviously the planning of your appraisal meetings and putting together your teaching and learning appraisal target. Okay? So with your appraisal meetings, as mentioned within the cycle, there are 3 within the academic year. So the initial appraisal meeting is where your targets will be set, okay? So for teaching staff, you will get 3 appraisal targets within your appraisal meeting and appraisal form. Target 1 will be consistent across every member of staff within the academy. It's a whole school or a whole academy development target, and it's linked to our most recent inspection, or should I say accreditation visit, which was from our British Schools Overseas process, which was in January 2019, which gave us an overarching priority to essentially focus on improving the quality of teaching and learning through English as an additional language. Okay? Everybody will get a data-driven target that's linked to the value added, so progress of children within their class or their classes, depending on whether they're primary or secondary staff. And the third target is around teaching and learning, and that target is informed through your own self-reflection, through the QA processes, and obviously the lesson observations. Any staff within the academy that hold a position of responsibility will have a 4th appraisal target linked to their POR that will be data-driven, and it will be informed by the school improvement plan for your school. Okay? The resultant appraisal meetings, you have a mid-year review, which is essentially evaluation towards the progress of your targets, and then of course, the final review, where there will be an assessment as to whether those annual appraisal targets have been achieved. Speaking specifically to those staff within the secondary school, where the achievement data target is linked to exam results or outcomes, that will be pushed forward into the first appraisal meeting for the next academic year. So shifting on to CPD, so essentially the priorities for CPD for this academic year is to ultimately ensure that CPD is appropriate and targeted. We're looking to ensure that CPD is linked to teaching and learning targets, so to support staff in their development, that is linked to whole school priorities in terms of moving the school forward, that all professional development is supported through a needs audit, so we're responding to everybody's individual needs and development. We're looking to embed a culture of learning within the academy, and essentially we are putting together OneDrive CPD groups, which is a very specific activity, but essentially what the assistant heads for teaching and learning are trying to achieve or working towards is encouraging that sharing of good practice and building a culture of learning. Okay? Just to sort of highlight some of the core key CPD initiatives and priorities within the academy. So essentially, targeted CPD. So your term 1 CPD is based on the academy 2019-20, previous academic year, quality assurance data, but is essentially triangulated with the inspection and accreditation areas for development. So it's targeted. When we progress into term 2, your CPD will be targeted around the teaching staff, so that's yours, your teaching and learning appraisal targets. So it will be structured based on an audit of those teaching and learning targets to provide the support to ensure that we're working towards those targets. And then in term 3, it will be focused specifically again on that audit, but also supported through the QA data from term 1 and term 2. Another core component that Graham spoke about specifically, which is very, very important, is the Academy's succession planning program. So it's there to support staff to apply for positions of responsibility, whether that be at RAC Academy or whether it's the next step in your career. It's there to provide you with support. It's there to provide staff at all levels with the opportunity to progress in their career. Now, whether that's shadowing a member of middle leadership, whether it's shadowing a member of senior leadership, it's there to support all staff at all levels, including some of our support staff as well. Okay? Now, that succession planning process will involve a number of things. So you will have the opportunity to attend middle leadership meetings where appropriate. You have the opportunity to take part in weekly meetings with your mentor. Okay? You have the opportunity to attend line management meetings, and of course you will have the opportunity to attend meetings relevant to the role. Please don't take that from the fact that if you become leader, all you do is do meetings. There's a lot of work that goes with that as well, but essentially you'll be in the loop of all the core components of the person that you're shadowing within the succession planning program. Self-reflection we've already covered, but essentially the core components of that self-reflection are around expectations, progress, subject knowledge, lesson planning, differentiation, assessment, pastoral, teaching and learning, and assessment for learning. But as you'll know, coming from the UK, the majority of you is working towards the core components of those teacher standards. Collaborative meetings, they're implemented through your assistant heads for teaching and learning. So essentially, when you have completed your CPD activities within your CPD schedule, which is your directed time within each individual school, they're followed by collaborative meetings. And those meetings are there to facilitate where departments and grade groups can then focus on developing and embedding an aspect linked to teaching and learning within their curriculum area. Okay? They focus specifically on the use of the strategies shared within the CPD sessions that you've been doing, and then you target them into a grade group or a topic which is specifically linked back to your school improvement plan. Okay? Other additional CPD activities do exist within the academy, not limited to the list that is on the slide, but they do include lunchtime bite-sized sessions, which have been very popular within the secondary school, coaching, mentoring, obviously opportunities to discuss teaching and learning, opportunities to lead CPD sessions, going back to that sort of original slide where we're looking to identify areas of good practice and excellence, peer observations, drop-ins, and of course, as an academy, we will support you with external training where appropriate. Okay? Thank you very much. I'll hand over to Sean now, but looking forward to working with each and every one of you. Thanks, man. It's okay. Do you want to sanitize? Thank you very much.
Hello everybody. Just before I start speaking, could I ask our glamorous assistant, would you mind giving the doofer to somebody out there to press for me, because I've got two hands. So, oh, there we go, Sam, we've got a volunteer. So Sam's going to press this for me. I didn't bring my third hand with me from Scotland, unfortunately. So, I understand I've got the graveyard shift here and everybody's desperate for lunch, as am I. So I'm going to try and make this as engaging as possible for you all. First of all, my name is Sean Curran. I arrived here in the UAE 6 days ago. I spent the last, I'm going to go up here. Graham went up here. I feel like I should go up here as well. I spent, seven days ago, I was in Bonnie, Scotland, where it was a balmy 18 degrees, heavy drizzle, which we just call the weather. So my acclimatization has been relatively quick coming here with all this. So I've just come from a role at Edinburgh University lecturing in social justice and inclusion, as well as working with the Scottish Government on learners' pathways for interrupted learning. So I feel that'll kind of stand me in good stead here while speaking about inclusion in the wider sense of the subject here, more specifically about SEND, EAL and gifted and talented. On a personal note, I thoroughly enjoy watching and participating in most sports. I'm a particularly keen cyclist and triathlete, to which my challenge last week was packing my bike in a bike box and some luggage in less than 40 kilograms. So, for those of you who have tried to do that, it can happen. My priority obviously was coming here to work and add to the academy. However, I really, really wanted to bring my bike with me. Unfortunately, I forgot to pack any work clothes whatsoever. So my bike arrived, my coffee machine, my shorts, my t-shirt, my shoes, no work clothes at all. So for you, I can't give any recommendation for the ladies out there, but the gentlemen, there's a great suit shop in Alhambra Mall called Brands, and if you buy 5 items, you get 50% off. So there's a wee tip for free for everybody. Tamara earlier on spoke a lot about culture. I was going to touch a little bit on cultural awareness within this presentation. And again, just very briefly, being from Britain, from Scotland, very much Brits abroad, I've learned a big lesson this week along with my new colleague, Mr. Hickey. We managed to get caught out in the sun the other day, walking between Alhambra Mall and an establishment, the Bread and Barrel. We walked for the best part of 2.5 hours in the sunshine. We arrived and we were met by a very kind lady who's been living here for 27 years, along with Sam's wife and his children, who was horrified that we'd been out in the sun for that length of time, who ran to the shop to buy us some rehydration tablets, to give us that and park an air conditioning unit right in front of us. So again, what Tamara was saying earlier about the friendliness of local people, I can 100% echo that. I'd like to say thank you. They're not here. However, colleagues who are perhaps listening will understand what I'm saying. I'm taking over from 2 ladies, Andrea and Leonie. Leonie had the remit for SEND within school improvement, and Andrea for EAL. These 2 ladies helped facilitate some meetings for me with SENCOs and heads of EAL before the summer. It wasn't until after I'd met with them that I was informed Andrea was Stephen Geraghty, the previous executive principal's wife. So I spent the next 3 days trying to work out what I actually said to her and work out how to backtrack if I said anything wrong. Could I have the next slide, please, Sam? So that's a kind of a little bit overview of myself. This is a little bit of enforced fun. By trade, I was a primary school teacher. I fully understand and appreciate Obdi wants their lunch just now. But could I just ask everyone to stand up for a second, please? Everyone on their feet. Up we get. Come on. Even the secondary school teachers. There we go. Okay. Could I ask you to sit down if you have never taught a child with special educational needs? Could I ask you to sit down if you've never taught a child with English as an additional language? Could I ask you to sit down if you've never taught a child who was defined as being gifted and talented? Thank you. My presentation is done, and lunchtime for everybody. Excellent. You all know what you're doing. Have a seat, everybody. I'm not quite. Sorry, that was a bad joke. I'm not quite finished. For those of you who didn't get that, that was my Scottish sarcasm. Like Phil had said earlier, my role here within RAC Academy is I'll be looking at some training needs and procedures across the Academy, specifically for special educational needs, for English additional language, and gifted and talented. I'll drop this in a little bit more as I go through this presentation. Samuel. So, much work was done by my predecessor, Andrea, and to really try and differentiate between children who had learning needs to who had English as an additional language and who had a special educational needs. Because before that, up to 2 years ago, it was quite muddy here across RAK Academy, and lots of children were getting labelled as having special educational needs, but perhaps it was a language need that was the overriding factor for the support required. Andrea worked very tirelessly last year with stakeholders across all schools to come up with a school policy for English additional language. This is available on the school website on the policy section, and it's split into various sections. Again, we're all quite close to lunch just now, and I'd kind of ask everybody to direct themselves in their own time or their own CPD time to have a look over that policy. I'm just going to pick out a couple of highlighted things through it. The rationale in the policy says, English is the main medium of communication and learning at RAC Academy. The aim of all teachers is to enable all students who are learning English as an additional language, EAL, to acquire the language skills required to access the curriculum and achieve academic success in relation to their potential. The school recognises and actively differentiates between content knowledge and linguistic ability. EAL students may have content knowledge and subject studied that does not match their communicative skills. I'm just going to pick up on that slightly. I was very fortunate a few years ago to spend some time in Spain. I lived in Spain for 6 months. I got some funding from the European Union. We had an initiative in Scotland called the 2+1 initiative, that every child in Scotland was to experience two additional languages as well as their own language by the time they left primary school. So I spent 6 weeks in Spain on a full immersion course. Confidence was high, let me tell you this. I use all my words all the time. Me llamo Sean, como estas? I thought I was absolutely nailing it. On the way back to the airport, I walked to the bus, the number 7 bus, I still remember it, said to the bus driver in my best Spanish, "Hello, my name is Sean. Is this the number 7 bus to the airport?" Fed my money in, walked to the back of the bus and sat down. 2 seconds later, the bus driver chased me up the bus, shouting and screaming at me. Not a clue what he was saying. I picked up from his gesture and his tone that it was not the 7 bus, it was not going to El Aeropuerto, and I needed to get off it right now, and he was really, really angry with me for feeding my money in because he had to do something that sounded very complicated to give it back to me. So again, to me that was just a wee kind of pigeon there of, you can have some words, subject knowledge, but not actually understand what's going on. Now, my linguistic abilities don't stop there. Head of the family is sitting over there. Have you played the game Complements to 10, Graham? Complements to 10. So 2 numbers add together to make 10. So 6, 4, 7, 3, 8, 2. If you shout out any number between 0 and 10, I can tell what number it makes to 10. Go. 7, 4, 5, 9. Bang, 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 bang. Do we have anybody in the room that speaks German? Oh, excellent. Could you please throw me a number between 0 and 10 in German? 3. 5, 8, 9. Dankeschön. So, I could do it, but not bang, 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 bang. What was happening there is everything in my head was going back to English, doing the calculation in English, and then back to German. Again, something to be very, very aware with their learners with English additional language. Doing that all day long can be tiring, can then present as other things, perhaps an SEND, because they're so tired from translating things back and forth across the board. Samuel. So our EAL team here at RAC Academy, they look at initial assessment and ongoing assessment as well through CATS and the language proficiency scale. As Phil kind of alluded to earlier, a lot of what is going to be said will be more specific to your school, for who is your EAL leads in your school, for who are your SENCOs in your school, and this will be very much picked up in more minutiae to everybody next week. So when you hear things like the language proficiency scale, I'm not going to go into depth about that just now, because that'll be more specific to your setting next week. Samuel. But what I can tell you is what the EAL team do offer and support for all staff is joint planning, modelling of good practices, team teaching. You can read the rest of them yourself there. You're all pretty good at that. Along with that, there are some expectations from both the EAL team and mainstream class teachers. It's also written into our school policy that all teachers within RAC Academy are responsible for improving the language acquisition levels of EAL students, and as such are expected to differentiate and scaffold learning to enable their students to effectively access the classroom. There's going to be a team there supporting you, Samuel. Not the clearest, however, our 5 schools here, we can see how we've got a direct language approach in the early years and a full immersion approach in other schools. Our EAL team offer parallel learning in some subjects, as well as in-class support. I know people from Alhambra will be sitting thinking, well, great for Alhambra, but what the care goes in Al Rams? This is just to give us a more holistic overview from an academy point of view, but your specific individual schools will be able to pick that up with you next week. Samuel. So I mentioned earlier, I've just come from a very privileged position lecturing at Edinburgh University. Prior to that, I was a deputy head teacher within a campus school, so I worked with children 2 right through to 18, and my remit was the primary school and additional needs. Sorry, when I refer to additional needs, I really refer to special educational needs. It's just a change in terminism and acronym I'm going to have to get used to. So, I worked in a local authority where we had 8 high schools, 57 primary schools, and not one special school. We worked on a systems deficit model rather than a pupil deficit model, and there's a heavy, heavy involvement and focus on CPD or CLPL for all staff and upskilling on how to meet the needs of all learners. And we kind of, the Scottish education system was built upon children to be successful learners, confident individuals, effective contributors, and responsible citizens. I mean, these 4 pillars are kind of bulletproof and universal and transcend right throughout the world. That's what we're wanting for children education. And when we look at factors giving rise to additional support needs, I could stand here and list probably 40 different conditions that you might recognise as being additional support needs, or we could think additional support needs are due to these 4 factors. Example, if a child breaks their arm, have they got special educational needs? Show of hands. Hands up for yes. Hands up for no. Hands up if you just want your lunch. Okay, because you've eaten your arm off already, is that what it is? Right, exactly. So, if a child's got a broken arm, perhaps they can't write with that arm, therefore a special requirement has been made. Maybe it's through a scribe, maybe it's through technology. However, for that short term, that child would have special educational needs. Samuel. Again, going back to Tamara earlier with cultural barriers that we might find here, I found many kind of cultural barriers since I've been here, getting my Emirati ID picture taken the other day. The man said to me, I think, sit here, I'll take your picture. And I said to him, can I smile? He said no. So I've done this. He ran away and brought back 2 friends to show them the silly face I was making, and they all burst out laughing at me. And they thought it was the funniest thing in the world, and he spent a long time taking my picture after that. But again, just little things that I wouldn't have picked up on otherwise. Separating SEN from EAL, I kind of alluded to that a little bit earlier. Assessment cost. Those of you from Britain will understand what I mean when I speak about the NHS, the National Health Service. In the UAE, we don't have a National Health Service. Assessment costs are privately funded by families, and not all families can afford that assessment of the needs of their child through perhaps speech and language, through education psychology, or a more medical need. That leads us to the notion of a formal identification of needs. If I've got a young man or young girl sitting next to me, he or she has not been through a diagnostic process for anything, do they have the same needs before or after they go through a process? The needs are the needs. How we understand them as teachers may change, because that's why we've got other professionals to work with to help inform us. However, that child's needs remain the same throughout. In the UAE, I don't want to speak too much about this because I don't feel I'm informed enough. However, my predecessor had told me and spoke to me about the person of determination terminology, in that if a child has a formal diagnosis, a medical diagnosis, they can get a child of determination status, which then transfers into a person of determination status. And again, that labelling aspect within the culture might not be wanted by everybody or appreciated by all families. So again, something to bear in mind if there's ever resistance across the board for looking at needs. Thank you, Samuel. You knew where I was going. At RAC Academy, we speak about waves of children. Wave 1, Wave 2, Wave 3. Wave 1 children, perhaps the SEND teacher is aware of the child and they help the teacher support just on a consultation basis. We potentially have a Wave 2 child who needs a little bit more support. Perhaps they get withdrawn from their class for periods of work. Perhaps they get support in their class or a small group for periods of work. And then our Wave 3 children who've got high levels of support throughout the majority of the school day. Samuel? Oh, actually, we go back, please. So, when we look at the cycle of needs, I spoke earlier about the young man or girl that had a broken arm. All children, regardless of needs, are constantly moving through this cycle. And it's our jobs as class teachers to look at and reviewing our pupils. That's what we're doing by assessment. We're assessing for attainment. We're also assessing for anything going on at any point. If we identify something we think needs a little bit more focus, there's a referral procedure standard across the academy that your schools will speak to you about how to refer for special educational needs support. Look at if there's a targeted intervention needs to be put in place. Do the targeted intervention. Are the needs still there? When we speak about our targeted intervention, we really are looking at keeping our targets as smart as possible, as specific, measurable, attainable, realistic and timely for all of our children. Sam? Away from that on a kind of universal format, where are our children going to be when they come back next week? Are the children that left in February going to be the same children that come back just now? What I would caution, a lot of my colleagues in Scotland had children who came back full-time to education 2 weeks ago, that they were quite shocked by how some of the children were presenting, both socially and educationally. But as the 2 weeks have kind of ticked by, routines have been established and moved on, things that were concerned 2 weeks ago all of a sudden are just a little bit better now. So our kids coming back, perhaps just bear that in mind, that the kid you meet day one may not be the same child that's presented the same way in week 2, 3, or 4. So when we look at differentiation for our pupils, we look at teaching input for special education needs children across the board. Do we give the same teaching input to all of our learners? Do we expect the same child to learn the same way? Pupil activity and task. Do all children in the class do the same task at all points? No, we differentiate our work for our children. Pupil outcome. This is the big one here, achievement versus attainment. Children can attain very well academically, however, are they achieving the best they can be? For example, a sports analogy here. If we take two people who want to run 5 kilometers, we take Paul and Sarah. Paul can run the 5 kilometers in 30 minutes, Sarah can do it in 20 minutes. They go away, train for 6 months. Paul can now run it in 24 minutes. Sarah can run it in 19 minutes, 10 seconds. Sarah's still better. She's still attaining better than Paul. But my God, Paul has increased his performance by more than 20%. Looking at where our children are starting off, that baseline is very, very important for our children with additional needs, with special educational needs for their development. An environment, classroom organisation and management, little day-to-day strategies you do that you don't even know you're doing, little jobs for children, little finishing off tasks to keep them engaged as well. Before I briefly go into Gifted and Talented, last year a lot of work was done across the school with lots of stakeholders on creating a draft policy for special educational needs. This is still in its draft stage. One of my jobs and roles this year is going to be bringing that forward to be ratified by the school board to be in a full policy stage, and once that's the case, we'll be looking at implementing and embedding across the academy. That brings us nicely to our gifted and talented children. This is something that's going to be quite new across RAC Academy this year, in that the aims for this year is we really need to, as a school, as all stakeholders, define what we mean by gifted and talented. What I think of somebody as gifted and talented might be different to Graham, might be different to Sam, might be different to anybody in this room. So we need a consensus across the board from all stakeholders about what we, as the RAC family, feel is a gifted and talented pupil. Once we've been able to define what that is, then it's fairly straightforward how to identify it, and we can identify these pupils and how we're going to support these pupils who have got a different level of need to other children, but still need to be the best they can be. Sorry, next please, Samuel. And once we've got that, then we can look at pathways for them and introduce and implementing policies across the academy. One last thing that I'd just like to share with you. I've got a final thought from me there, but rather than giving you my final thought, I pulled this, what I'm going to say now, from the Dubai Inclusive Education Policy and Framework. And I was reading through it the other night and I felt it's kind of bulletproof as well, what they've said and what they've stated in it, of what's the expectation to be produced, in that inclusive education is about ensuring access to quality education for all students by effectively meeting their diverse needs in a way that is responsive, accepting, respectful, and supportive. I've got a little bit more here to read, but you know what? I'm just going to finish it at that, because I think that is exactly what we need to strive for together, all stakeholders, headed up by Graham here at Ras Al Khaimah across all 5 first schools. So thank you very much for listening.
Who's left?
We still have Christine.
Okay, fine.
Hi. Hi, sorry about this. Well, I wasn't planning to present myself neither, but I think the last 5 people have presented, but I'm going to be extremely quick. My name is Cristina Gonzalez. I am I actually come from Spain. I'm actually Spanish, not English. I'm going to be the data and timetabling manager. Okay. I'm going to be extremely quick. I know everyone is tired. I'm not going to go deep into the ISINs roles until the presentations. From Monday, we will be doing some training. Okay, and it will be done in the secondary school, but it will be shared with all the other schools in video and on a Google recording. Okay, so don't worry, you will get lots of training on ISINs. Our mission from the data and timetabling team is to control all the ISINs processes and the policy needs, the curriculum and timetable structures across the whole schools. This will be obviously done with conjunction of the leadership of all the schools. Sorry. And I've been seeing a lot on these presentations about data. I've seen the data a lot on Ubers. To be able to do all these things, great things that I've been hearing, we need to be able to collect the data in a unique place. So this is why this is basically going to be my role and the data officer. We will be using ISINs for this purpose. And we will be analyzing these data to provide this help to the standards and to the EAL, SEN. All of these needs to be recorded and tracked and analyzed. So this information is passed to you as teachers to be able to perform better with the children. The structure of the team is as head of school improvement, Dr. Rochette, and it will be me as a data manager, and then we have Riz, which is the data officer. I will be leading the department, and I will be advising on the targets and implementation of the policies, plans, practice, everything. I will be constructing the timetables for all schools. As I said before, data monitoring, suggesting plans, and we will be supervising all the ISINs data entries for the tracking reports and the reporting processes. Riz will be assistant. I'm not going to repeat it. Mainly this will be assistant, and he will be your contact for any support that you have problems with ISINs. We will be basically dealing with data, timetabling, and ISINs. Okay, this is our main three cores in our department. Just a little words of ISINs. I'm not sure if you have come across, many of you probably have worked with SIMS. SIMS and ISINs are probably the biggest two MIS systems in the UK and international. ISINs started in 2005, and it was actually created by two college students that they had a real good friendship with a teacher that he was frustrated with the current system, so they decided to do it as a project for A level, and they developed it actually in their career. And since then, they started with 2 schools, and now they've got over 950 schools in more than 75 countries, more than 500,000 users a day, and over 130 employees and increasing. You will be given your username and passwords. It is temporary. We'll be asked to change it as soon as you log in. Again, as IT said, make sure you do a safe password. We are going to be introducing a 2-factor authentication, but you will be given these details, how to do these, once in your sector, your area has been decided to do. We're not going to throw everyone into it. We will do it by stages. Okay? And if you have any problems, you just need to open it. You just need to send us an email and we'll contact. It is extremely important that once you finish with ISINs, log out. There's a lot of sensitive information, including SEN, including medical records. We do not want any student to be able to access to that data, so you just make sure you log out every time you finish. I'm not going to go into deep into these. I'm not going to go deep into these, sorry, onto the models. Iceland has got lots of models. Some of these I just wrote here, like admissions, pupil manager, mark books, pupil profiles, SEM manager. All of these are probably the ones that you're going to be looking at, but there's lots more that obviously we're not going to introduce into all of the stuff. Just quick overview how ISAMS is set up. When you log in, you have a menu on the left, which has got the models that you'll have access, and you'll be able to just find certain types. So if you're looking for a pupil manager, you'll be able to write it down, and it will come out. It's quite an intuitive system. We will be doing the registration every single morning on ISAMS and on the lessons. It is extremely important for health and safety that we do the registration on time. So if you do have any problems with ISAMS logging in, you need to send us an email straight away. Okay. We will be giving you emergency registration lists just in case there was a connection problem. But if you have a problem, do not delay, do not keep giving papers. We need to address it as soon as possible. You will, as I said, these will be on the training for Monday, but you will be able to access the registration through the right menu. This is the wizard bar. You cannot break anything on ISAMS through this page, so feel free to open, play around, look at the options that you have. Okay, if you can't find something one day, just put a ticket. I'll be able to connect online, do a Google Meet quickly, do a quick session. Okay. Just make sure you familiarize a little bit with the interface. There will be the section of rewards and sanctions. Again, it will be part of the training on Monday. But again, wizard bar. Most of the things that you will be doing as a teacher, you will only have to use the right hand. It is essential that we get used to using ISAMS because we need to have all the data centralized. It's extremely important for all the improvement of the school that we were just talking about, that all data is there, all the input that we have needs to be entered into ISAMS. Again, you will receive training much more further once we start the induction week next week. Reporting, it will be done by ISAMS. Again, it might look awful, I understand, for primary special, because when you look at it, it's just data, and you think, oh, but is it going to be like this? This is going to be presented to parents like that? No, it won't. We will be doing other reports, but the data has to be input in that, so we can use these other systems into it. And that's it for me, and actually, I hope that's the end. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. All right, thank you very much. I just want to say a big thank you to our very, very talented team of school improvement partners. I'm delighted with the quality and the standard we have. And Gideon, it's good to have you here. We thought we'd lost you out somewhere in the world. We couldn't get in touch with Gideon, but suddenly he reappeared. So thank you to the SIPs, a fantastic team this year. I'm really looking forward to working with you. And thank you also for taking the graveyard shift, because you won't believe it, but we've finished and it's time for lunch. I just want to say a very quick few words, and it will be very quick. The documents that you've had on screen, we're going to share with you, so you'll receive that on email. So if you're looking for something to read tonight, you'll have a nice long document to go through with all the key information. We have the forms across here, please, that we need you all to fill in before you go. So if you could do those, that has all the information you need for your... do they take those, Rashid? They just take those forms? These... Yeah, okay. So have a look at those forms, please. Big thank you to the HR team for managing today, and please keep in touch with HR. If you have any queries or questions, you have the contact details in the documents of the key people. We were hoping to have made this a bit more interactive, but with the social distancing it was a bit difficult. We thought we'd try and get all of this sort of high-level stuff done today, and then you can really focus in on your school for the remainder of next week. Reminder that Sunday is a holiday. Sunday is the first day of the working week in this part of the world. Interestingly, it takes a long time to get used to that if you're not used to it. But Sunday is actually a holiday here. So you'll have 4 days from Monday onwards. We will survey you on each step of the induction program. So you will have a survey about today, asking you to provide your feedback and ideas for how we could improve. And that's going to be a theme through the year. We're going to ask for feedback and look at continual improvement and look for your input as we do that. We are going to go shortly to have lunch. We will set up the bank. The bank person will be coming in for after lunch, so we'll give you about 30 minutes, maybe 40 minutes to come, set up your banking if you need to do that, then transport will be available for you to go from there. So I think, is that a formal presentation? The bank? Is it a formal presentation? No. Okay, so they will be here available for setting up accounts and giving you all the information you need. We promise, and I promise from my office as well, we will push on the accommodation. If you still have concerns with that, if you're not into your accommodation, we will work with HR and the providers of the accommodation to get you as quickly as possible into the accommodation. And other than that, I just want to say thank you very much for your involvement, for your patience, for your focus and for your attention. I'm really looking forward to working with you in the RAC Academy this year, and I wish you all the best of luck in next week's induction and then when the students return. Your heads of school will provide obviously all the information on the blended learning, the reintroduction, the reopening processes and protocols. We have all those in place and we've shared that with parents and staff and stakeholders. So thank you once again. I will be out next week through schools, seeing you, working with you. I've got 5 schools to visit in 4 days, so that should keep me busy. Thank you very much, everyone.